Alright, we're back. So on the menu today, some meat pie. The Pixel Heroes, Pixel Heroes is one of those games that probably wouldn't win fast forward if it showed up like 5 times in a row. I wouldn't be surprised if the first time we get a fast forward pick show back up, it's gonna be a pick that got like no votes before. Alright, start the timer. Alright. Where are we going? Oh yeah. We're going out. The Gale Ruins. Who's waving this map around, by the way? Stop shaking the map. Put it flat on a piece of... Put it flat on the table. Guess the other town is the one that's like right beside us. Okay, is last disorder neutralized? Let's go to Whirlwind Peak. Man, we're already done the game. It's the last place in the game. Quickest game ever. This looks like the place where they did a nuclear bomb blast there in the desert. Wow, what a mess. Was this a town before? Hey, Miam, what is this place? This place was a town up until 2 years ago. No, it doesn't look much like anything. My grandma used to be a school teacher in this town, so I've been here lots of times. She's got very knobby knees, by the way. My grandma was so smart, and she loved kids. It used to be a fun place full of children. 2 years ago, without any warning, the elemental disorder arrived. Everyone panicked and ran away. A huge wind came, like a tornado, attacking the city. Everything was blown away. What do you mean? Was the entire town obliterated? So everyone who lived here was driven out of town. Houston. Some more weird music. They got definitely experimental music in this game. Yeah, pretty much. Enemy down here somewhere. The doggo. Nothing hiding behind here. Before we do anything, probably best to do this. Alright, what do we got for... Land Cougar? Bastard just swayed my tank like it was nothing.
Can you take it?
It's a big ass ice block. Damn.
There's no way we could lose.
Destroyed everything. Let's go this way. A wind mantis.
We should only fight those worthy.
Excellent.
You guys are sloppy.
I'm sure she's used to sloppy things. Let's see some magic here.
Take this.
Definitely the most bang for my buck there. 6 mana for like kill everything.
You should have thought twice about messing with me.
Is that a minotaur with wings? Some weird gargoyle thing. Gargoyle. Oh wow, alright. Physical damage it is strong against.
Take this. We should only fight those worthy.
Poor innocent yam.
This won't hurt.
Damn. Everything. Yeah, so melee is really gonna suck against these undead things. Because I assume those are undead. Unless we have that exorcist thing, probably have to go pick that up. I could reach him. Guess we're just using a whole bunch of magic.
Take this.
Missed one.
Did you really think you had a chance?
Is it above us? Bird thing? Must be above us somewhere. Something like, I saw there was like a lines extending from us. Maybe there's some sort of combo thing was hinting at.
Pretty good, huh?
It's really hard to tell where these enemies are relative to me. I'm pretty sure there was like there's three of us. Me, it was like it was Carmine, Meow, and Evan. So it was like a triple.
I call forth the flames of purification! A perfectly honorable fight.
Miner's candy? It's just a piece of coal. What the fuck would be a miner's candy? Attack up. Windig. That one's like in the middle of nowhere, so it's gotta be inside of a secret. Or at least it's not part of the main map. Yeah, see? So it's like hinting that there's like you get the green thing there.
You're a little too weak for the likes of us.
Come on, Burb. Get over here. Medicinal herb. Library. Bookstore. Secret. Man, what a great secret. Guess there's only stuff in here every once in a while. Those are the worst kind of secrets where you open something up and it's like, there's nothing here. Not what I expected.
You should have thought twice about messing with me.
Black quartz helm. It's probably something for the heavy tank dudes. Let's rise on evil power. Wind egg. Oh, flare egg. It's more fire eggs. It's more of every egg. I need to revisit places and try to make some more cool, like, combos. Something down in there, but can't reach it from here. Can just jump in. I'm gonna heal the enemies. Does that work?
That was pretty fun.
X-Saps moves on enemy. Screw it. Murder them all. One thing with this one is she doesn't have the speed thing on it, so it's a little slow to cast. Other than that,
Cold, colder Arctic.
I missed them. They're immune to it. I'm assuming they're immune to it because I think they're in the middle of everything else. So. And frogs and all that. Yeah.
You're a little too weak for the
Sparkling ball. Every time I hear the sound of the extreme gauge going up, I keep thinking there's like a interactable like thing around us. Let's see, I could probably jump this. Places to go.
Take this! A perfectly honorable fight!
Guess there's a bunch in this place too. I wonder if there's some in the first area. I mean, the first two areas I would have found at least one, so... Unless they only spawned after... No, because I did revisit the first area and there was nothing there, so... I'm sure we'll have to go back there at some point.
Is that all you got?
That poor bird. Let's get some points in Hail Shower while we have full AP.
Free baby arrows! Take that!
Falls on her face. That's right, frogs. Not the best idea.
How'd you like that?
6 jewels. Yes, like... Maybe we just need to wait? How do I... I don't know what I'm supposed to do when I set off one of those. Alright, Baines, you have a great night.
Win!
What a surprise, that barely did anything in the wind area.
As long as we are alive, we bow to fight. Lightning wave! Sparkle!
Triple demon thrust. Ow. Ow. Not bad, he says, as he's like hanging on by a thread.
Try a little harder, will you?
Nope, someone's gonna get hit by that. What's she doing?
Pretty good, huh?
I guess this is where I had the chance of splitting one way or the other. I guess they both lead to the same area. So that goes to the next area. Feels like this would be used for something.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Spinning wheel.
Yeah, it's a well, though. I mean, it wouldn't be much of a sewer. Usually wells don't, like, curve.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
How do we get over there? Really curious how they were supposed to go into that well. There's clearly something inside of that, but as far as I can tell, I can't go in there. Mash the button. That's pointless. That's a strong-ass swinging tire. I mean, I guess if you kind of face tanked a tire there, it would hurt like hell too, but... Blessing. Right. Now, what are those other two treasures? There's one there and there's a book there. That's where it would like split up and I went that way instead of going this way. I can just go down here for this one. It's hard to tell when you can go down. Damn it, inventory full already? God damn it. This friggin' inventory system. Spells, sap moves. Eh. Need to use some of these stupid things. September. This whirlwind scroll anyways. The book, on the other hand, I definitely want. Yeah, let's pick it up now. Nothing else to really... Okay, so I'm gonna need to go back down. I don't know how I didn't spot that. Whatever. Novice. C rank book. 2 squares. I haven't seen a B rank book. Is that it? Yes, I can see everything there. So is that it? How are we going to get there? I probably won't. Hey, get in here with this. The Naruto run there. Hey, Evan. I'm gonna use that to get up there. You see, help me out with this, Miam. Give me a hand, everybody. Very well. It is ready, but do you honestly think it'll hold us? Looks like it might fall apart any second. A pouty face. Haha, it'll hold together. Well, probably. Oh my. Is this the guidance of the elemental spirits? Oh, Brandle. Come to think about it, could never cross a place like this in a military airplane. So I'll make do with this one. I know a specially made military airplane would never cross it, so let's use this rickety old hunk of junk that we just found laying around. Let's get going, people. Huh? Yeah, where's everybody else? Yeah, they ran away. All on board. Everybody? So who's gonna push this? Evan! They're kidding, right? I can't believe they're serious about making me push this thing off by myself. Oh well, here goes nothing. Go for it, Evan. Use those muscles, Evan. Oh, I did it. Hey, wait up! Don't leave me behind. Whoa! Whoa! That was a gunner for sure. It's a great airplane, by the way. It's a sled. FMV time. I know, right? Seems like the best building materials for airplanes for lighter than air travel. Man, we got pulled through the ringer. Where are we? Did we make it inside the ruins? Gale Ruins Interior. Yes, yes we did. How do we get up there? There's a door, looks like. Oh, another one of those. Wait, I didn't check the one we got last time. Probably make more sense once we find the dude who somehow combines these together or whatever. Can't go that way. Let's go through this door. Really bright in here. Luckily I blocked 2 of those. Guess hitting them isn't a guarantee to wake them up.
You're a little too weak for the likes of us.
Yeah, pretty much. Super convenient they found like a super armored like stone airplane though to get in here. It's like, oh, this is just laying around, let's use this. It's like, what? Most logical thing ever. So at least these things, I mean, if it was one of these ships, it was a little more, I don't know, advanced. But no, it's just it's a big chunky stone thing laying around.
Take this! We should only fight those with.
Oh, bird and feather. Are we inside the Enterprise? It's like the warp nacelles. I was gonna say, hopefully that opens. Secret? Definitely a secret. Wow, best secret ever. It's like 2 secrets I found so far that have nothing in it. Such an insult. Okay, thanks for finding our secret. Your reward is nothing.
I call forth the flames of purification! We should only fight those worthy.
Beware the blaster bomb.
As long as we are alive, we vow to fight.
Oh, jeez. Walk right into that one. Hooray! Maybe that secret will actually have something on the way back. It's not a one-way trip. Can't see them adding a one-way trip halfway through the dungeon, but... vellums. Hunter. Bird and dragons. More hunter. There's a bunch of birds in this area, but they're pretty weak. Prowl. Toughness. Let's grab Hunter. I think we need Diver in this area. Bugs and reptiles. Not really finding any bugs or reptiles. Definitely finding some undead. Some birds. Birds, beasts, and dragons. Quick Blast Chant is maxed, but we're definitely keeping that one. Iron Guard is almost maxed. It's got a lot of max stuff. We do have Toughness that we just picked up. Kind of want to keep these other ones, but gotta keep leveling this stuff up. Yeah, this combo move thing, like I'm assuming that's what that thing was, where it showed us the lines, but I still don't know how the hell we're supposed to set it off. Let's do a block counter. Well, the ones where we had the lines between us and Carmine and Meow, or Meow, they had like lines between all three of us, but it's like we can force it to go off. Alright, what do we got? Got a whole bunch of wind. We do have a flare. Flare and aqua. There we go. Let's make a dust egg. Should make a dust egg just to see what it can do, like if it can combine with anything. For kicks. Burst egg. Flare egg. Let's combine with wind goes to burst. And water turns into flare. Stone turns into heat. So both of those turn into like First, I think, is level 3 wind. So it seems to be all based on the wind. Decrease egg, restore egg, darkness egg. Let's try some of these recipes just to see. Yeah, no, I'm not concerned about it. Decrease equals. Let's see what the actual recipe is for this. Yeah, so we got like dust plus mist. But I mean, didn't we just combine dust with? I don't know, we combined something stronger. It's the quote-unquote correct recipe from Decrease Egg. I'm assuming those recipes that they give us are probably like the cheapest recipes that we can make. That's interesting. It doesn't combine at all with cluster. It's the first time I've seen 2 eggs not combine. Wait, does Decrease just not combine with anything? Oh, interesting. So that's a thing. It's top of the line for that, I guess. Yeah, I can see that. Let's reload anyways. I've been writing down the recipes, but I haven't been writing down what they have spell-wise. I mean, some are obvious, like Decrease Egg. It's going to be like all debuffs. There's a Booster Egg, which is all buffs. You know, like Life Egg is a bunch of heals. Not sure what Crown Egg had. Crown Egg had the Boomer or whatever, I think. It seems like a higher tier. Okay, Boomer. Thunder. Yeah, I mean, this wouldn't be good in this area, but it'd be good eventually. Wind and heat. Go and give us a 2-star. The more stars, the more I can increase it later on. No, no stars. Boo. Thunder, thunder, thunder egg. Lightning. Layers, the same thing. Let's just bring it down, right? Yeah. It says, sorry, which man? Oh, sorry. Fig, I wrote that before, right? Yeah. Healer, Vanish, Fader, Snooze, Craze. Photon. I made a Photon before. I think I wrote that. I do recall seeing Photon. It's like the top tier Yeah, I never wrote it down. That was before I started writing them down. It's like the top tier, wind egg. Let's see what photon cluster make, if anything. Photon equals... That's why we like the other ones. So it's going to be whatever the step down from photon would be, plus heat, mist, and thunder. Heat plus mist, thunder, lightning plus star, lightning plus question mark plus blizzard. So whatever this one would be the question mark one, which would be, well, I guess I can find out pretty easily by combining photon egg with something shitty. I guess cluster and photon don't play nice together. Let's restore egg. Store egg was the only recipe I had it unlocked when I made it was the booster egg plus question mark. Booster egg was like restore egg plus frost egg, so it's kind of cyclical. Or something with lava egg. It was a question mark as well. See, nothing that currently combines with photon egg. Try making a dust egg and see if it combines with it. Or make a lava egg. Nope. All we have is friggin' aqua. Gravity egg, that's next tier of stone, right? Or that's the second highest tier of stone, I think it was. And volcano is the second last tier of fire. Restore egg as well. Let's try with a soul egg, I guess. Got a 2-star soul egg. It's a life egg. Life egg was... yeah, it was a cluster plus blizzard, so I guess cluster plus blizzard or photon makes a life egg. I'm wondering with... oh no, this is... it's photon and soul egg, yeah. Photon plus soul egg. Yeah, cluster plus blizzard would be cheaper than... no, not really. Cluster and blizzard are like the two kind of the two opposite elements, and photon and soul, I guess, are the two opposite elements still as well, because you have photon is the top tier wind, and soul egg is the top tier earth. So I'm wondering, did we ever end up trying like cluster plus like soul? No, because I need to make soul using cluster. So I'm wondering if like photon plus blizzard or cluster plus soul or blizzard plus soul would do. We'll eventually get there once we have more eggs. We just don't have enough eggs. So this is photon plus soul. Just need a whole bunch of like every egg is the problem. Just need a buttload of everything. And these ones wouldn't be enough to really do anything with Aqua, right? Yeah. There's a whole bunch of recipes. What was the... This one was the crown egg, right? Yeah, lifeless soul. Lifeless something else. Well, if it was lifeless soul, it's probably stands to reason lifeless photon would be the other version of that, maybe. And then the other column to the left side of this, where the decrease was part, there's a whole bunch there too. Booster was one of those. Decrease was one of those. I'm sure there's going to be a hell of a lot more in there too. So that's going to be interesting to try to figure out those recipes. Oh yeah, I mean, we'll get there eventually. It's still early in the game, so it's not like I'm going to be getting all the recipes right off the bat, right? Right now, that's why I'm kind of just writing my list of recipes, especially once I make the thing and then see what the actual recipes they suggest. So it's just a matter of when. It also depends if I decide just to go grind for eggs, which meh. So right now, I guess there's not really any point in making anything. I guess I could do a upgraded version of could upgrade the stone egg. I mean, what the hell am I going to use it for right now? So right now we have, what do we have? What are our current eggs? We don't have any like higher end wind ones right now. Let's try to, it's not going to be useful in this area, but it's just, yeah, that's right. I'll call this wind, just makes, mist is the water element, right? So I need to combine fire and wind, I guess, and I don't have enough fire. Come on, give me... I don't care about the abilities. Give me a whole bunch of stars on the egg. Just want to see if I can get like... Then get a star. I don't know if the stars can carry over. Like that, maybe I'm more likely to get an egg that has stars. So if you have 1 star, and then next tier, you probably have a better chance of getting a 2-star egg or something. Until I start getting like the higher tier eggs, I don't really care about the boost on the abilities, but stars definitely matter, because that makes it way easier to get a higher tier for the next egg. Come on, 1 star. No stars. Again, it's not like I'll be using this wind egg in this area, but it will be used at some point. It's quitting time. How much progress did you make? Wrong stream for Grandia Triple Xtreme. Nobody thinks of Meow in that way. Or I keep calling her Meow. Meow. Which game had a Meow? There's got to be a Meow in one of the games. Such a common, like, cat girl name. Working on town. Making towns is a lot of work. Damn it. Give me a Thunder Egg Star. Meow the meow. Meow the meow. knowing my luck, I'll get like a what am I making? Thunder egg or whatever, lightning egg. I get one with like every single stat with buffs, but with no stars. I'll just dump it because it sucks. Damn it. It's so hard to get a star. I'm really curious if there's more than 2 stars too. It's the most I've seen so far is 2 stars. I mean, 2 stars you do get a lot of abilities when you combine a 2 star with something. So I'd be surprised if there's something higher than 2 stars, and then you would just like a guarantee to get like everything on everything. But pretty sure 2 stars is probably the highest. But it looks like you could have another star kind of, it'd be like 3 stars would be the absolute maximum, looking at the way those stars are circling around. So it could be a 3 star. I don't want the MP down. I want the star. It could be one of those things where you want to refine the eggs too. That's another thing too, is just refine the eggs to increase the mana. And, I mean, that's probably the main thing to refine the main reason to refine eggs is get more mana. I forget exactly how much you get. I think the base eggs are what, like 50 something mana? I think if you refine them you get like 80 or something, so it's a pretty big boost. Wind eggs, yeah, I get like from 50, average of like 55 to like 88. And of course, you could use that in the recipe and get a pretty big boost right off the bat, right? Oops. Looks like 88 plus 88 will probably give me like 150 instead of 102. So it would definitely be useful if I did some grinding, but... Damn it. Look at that. It's like MP down on everything, but no stars. I don't know if getting a star on it is just as likely as getting like a spell boost on something, or if it's just... Obviously, it depends on the tier. It seems to be a lot easier on the higher tiers to get these stars on it. This is what, tier 3? Yeah, we're making a tier 3 wind one right now. The heat egg would be the tier 2. Yeah, so we're trying to make this one here, so... Should be decently possible to get at least a 1 star. Maybe. Maybe it's easier if I use a flare egg. Damn it. Alright, let's try like 2 more times. If not, it's not like I'll be using this egg in this area anyways, so no rush. Unless, of course, well, the speed ones do give like speed increases and stuff like that, so there are some buffs that could be useful. What about, how many eggs can I actually carry here? Alright, got plenty of room for more eggs. Not like I'll be maxing out my eggs anytime soon. Do have to empty my bag though. Come on, 1 star. Damn it. Last attempt. Three-star Thunder Egg coming up. No. I wonder if I should just keep this, because it does have the MP down. Just get a Blizzard Egg over. Let's give this to him so he has at least some sort of attack egg. Level 3 Wind and Bolts. Of course, the best one would have been the Zap in terms of damage, and that's the one who didn't get the MP down. Suppresses enemy from battlefield, improves move, deteriorates attack. I mean, we're going to be upgrading this at some point anyways, so whatever. Something for now. Dump my bags here. So is Volt stick in here for now. Just have to remember about it. I totally will forget. Need to use some of these frickin' things in battle. Keep forgetting to use these. Let's go back to that secret entrance thing that I had seen. There's something there now. Better be. The burbs don't want to attack me. It's fine. There's no chest on the map, but maybe it doesn't show up because it's inside of a secret area. Nope. Man, how unlucky. Maybe he doesn't do it because we have to go back in after defeating the boss, otherwise the treasure doesn't respawn. No, because it did respawn when I tried it in the underwater area, so... The enemies obviously respawn too. Hey, Stuart. Happy New Year. How's it going?
Pretty good, huh?
Pretty good indeed.
Can you take it?
One whole enemy got silenced. Headache? Oh, that sucks. Hopefully it's just a headache, not something worse.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
Oh. Best fanfare. Level 15. Burn everything.
Take this.
More XP, I guess, for us. Damn it. That was a Gunzi card. Happy New Year. I hate snooze. Well, the guy too, yeah. I don't know. The guy was pretty good. Had an interesting combat system, so interesting to see how the sequel does it. We're never gonna run out of bards, are we?
Is that all you got?
Just too slow. Too much drinking. It was New Year's party. It can be rough. Happy New Year. Runner's too fast. so great. Maybe you took it in by osmosis, just the air around you. That's how it works, right?
Is that all you got?
So slow to go through these mushrooms. Gotta guard every time just in case. White Truffle. Is that a healing item? 46 HP. Let me just use that. It's a delicacy. Maybe it's worth money. Doesn't seem to be good for healing, so... Got contact hangover. Never know. Maybe they spiked your drink that you know. I'm enjoying it. From what I hear, it gets kind of repetitive in like later parts of the game, so I haven't reached that part yet. But so far, I don't know. I'm having fun with it. Myself, no. It's definitely my first time, but sounds like Stuart definitely has. Did you get far into it when you've tried it, or just tried it for a bit and you're like, let's try something else? Black truffle? Black and white truffles. Slightly more. I'm really curious what the cost of these things is, because they're going to be littering my inventory, and I could go back and sell them right now. Surprised.
Smell of roses.
You get past the first dungeon.
Okay, here it goes.
This game's got really good variety. Like music, the areas seem very different. Damn it. Thing's just swaying. Stop dodging me. Hopefully they can't dodge these attacks. They don't seem to be able to. Yeah, Kobaz. It's pretty good. I'm enjoying it. This thing seems to be a nightmare to hit. Holy shit.
I will destroy.
The combat's... It's an interesting combat system.
Pretty good, huh?
Except for the... Well, the camera's kind of shit in combat, but otherwise the combat's pretty interesting. Music is pretty good. Graphically, it's pretty nice. Story is kind of like meh. I think it's one of the worst points of this one, supposedly, is the story. Again, I'm only 16 hours in, so it's hard to get a real good judge, but...
Okay, here it goes.
Cancelled. Burn everything.
I call forth the flames of purification.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
I think one of the big problems too is, yeah, like the characters, they basically give you all your characters right off the bat. It's like all of a sudden, you know, you start off the game with like 2 characters. You start off with like Carmine and I forget the other guy's name, and then all of a sudden it's like, here's 4 new characters, and then, you know, make your party with these 8 characters you have or whatever. So there's, you know, most RPGs usually kind of introduce characters slowly in order to kind of just to flesh out the characters, right? So they're not just, you know, new faces. You know, they slowly introduce you, and then they kind of make you interested in their kind of story in that. And this one's just like, here he goes. There's a bunch of characters. Have at her. So it's very weak in that aspect. So yeah, if like character development is an important thing to you, yeah, this one's not that good. Most of the time when you go to a dungeon, you get a character who's like, hey, I want to go to that dungeon too. Can you bring me with you? That's pretty much the main kind of interaction between you and the other characters. And they're only there for like the intro cutscene, and that's it. So yeah, it's a lot better when they slowly introduce you to the cast instead of just dumping them all on you at once. Yeah, but even then, I mean, if you're just talking to them in town just for a little bit of story, it's like, it's pretty weak. Instead of, you know, a lot of JRPGs, they make it so that it's kind of part of the story, right? Yeah. Main character, well, I mean, he likes wearing panties on his head or something, because God knows what the hell they were doing with the design of this guy. Yeah, I mean, his backstory is pretty meh as well. It's just like, he's like a ranger dude who doesn't like the Colonel Kreutz guy for some reason, and they haven't really given you any reason why yet. And yeah, I mean, all the characters are pretty meh. Everything is just very, like... Yeah, I don't know what the hell they were going with that headpiece thing. If anything, it looks... If this thing on the side of his head was and behind his head, I could definitely see him wearing some sort of like jock strap thing, but It basically looks like he's wearing a jockstrap, but he adjusted the cup to put it on the side of his head instead of in front or the back or whatever. Like, what the hell are they even going for with this? Like, the combat is definitely the best thing about this. Story-wise, yeah, it's... If you're looking for a decent story, you'll be disappointed. It is definitely a weird hat. Okay, I guess we have to move that one down before we can access that. Dragon Quest 2 had a similar hat.
I will destroy!
Well, that did nothing. Level up. Yeah, I mean, good story is obviously, and character development is important, but if the core gameplay sucks, then, you know, you're basically looking at a visual novel.
So great.
For me, gameplay is obviously the most important thing. If the game just sucks but has, like, you know, good story, then yeah, might as well read a book. Obviously, a game that has everything is the best, but of course, each person is different. She doesn't have any attack with that pig. Crackle Fang.
Colder Arctic. You guys are sloppy.
It's got the best fanfare music ever, too. But the gameplay is definitely not boring in this one. It's pretty fun. Magic. Hey Horace, how's it going? Happy New Year. Cute a British voice. The voice acting in this is also interesting. Most of the characters are pretty meh. And you have like all the voice acting budget went to Mark Hamill, who voices the main antagonist. I don't know how, like, they're obviously kind of making Colonel Kreutz seem like to be a pretty bad guy kind of thing, but no reason why yet. Just, you know, Evan just doesn't like him. And he's voiced by Mark Hamill. And he has a very, like, Joker-like voice. Jump! I'm doing quite well. Busy with everything else, but doing very good. How you been? Ooh, an advanced book. It's got to be a rank B one, I'm hoping. I've seen a whole bunch of rank. Yay, our first rank B book. Only one thing, but hey. I'll take it. that way. It's like random where it stops, or just... Yeah, it's basically kind of random. Well, this is gonna be fun. Okay, I want to hit this one. Got it. Very nice, congrats. Hopefully all goes well. That's not timed, it's... it's definitely you have to press it at just the right time, but... Thunder splits. I mean, all his attacks kind of suck in this area.
You're a little too weak for the likes of us.
Well, that's what I mean. It's not timed as in like it turns off by itself. It's more of like you have to press it yourself at the right time.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
Boom, boom, boom. That did nothing.
Go to your eternal rest.
And Holy Arc, nice. That's a good one. How did she miss that point blank? I hate those things, they're so hard to hit. Close to a chapter of your life. It's the first 3D RPG you ever played, wasn't a demo. Shining Holy Arc, nice. It's a nice nostalgia.
There's no way we could lose.
I'm trying to think what the first 3D RPG I played. It's a tough one. It probably was like, well, depends what you consider 3D, right? Could have been Final Fantasy VII, because PC RPGs at that point were like very much isometric and stuff like the Ultima games and like Baldur's Gate and stuff like that. And of course, I didn't have a PlayStation or anything, so between the SNES and PS2, I played on PC, so I'm sure I must have played some other stuff before that, though. Yeah, I don't recall. I don't know what else there was around that era that I might have played prior to Final Fantasy VII, but whatever would have been on PC, what it might have been an RPG. Secret. Aggressive drink. No, I don't think I played Stonekeep. Ultima Underworld. Yeah, why am I forgetting Ultima Underworld? Of course, that was definitely before that. Ultima Underworld was amazing. I was never into the Ultima series, but Ultima Underworld just blew me away. I don't know how the hell I could forget about that. Oh, we're supposed to reach that one. I'm assuming that'll somehow make that one fall. We can reach... Can we reach that one? Where's the main entrance? Okay, the main entrance is there, so that would block that, but then we won't be able to reach this. Huh. Yeah, I don't see what looks like a secret door to get that one. I guess we'll hit all this stuff first and then worry about it later. Oh, it was pretty primitive, but of course for back then, I mean, well, just walking around the world was pretty basic, but obviously combat was still very, very, very good looking for the era. Really nice looking combat. Alright, so we want to go that one, this one here. Let's do this one first. Meet that one. Yep. The combat looked amazing back then. Summon animations and that. There's really nothing else close to it. The actual like models, like outside of combat, looked pretty basic, but the combat looked really good for the era. The biggest thing is the whole cinematic aspect. Like the pre-rendered cinematic stuff really made that game stand out. Not just the cinematics, but like the combining of cinematics with like as part of the background, right? So you wouldn't just have like still image backgrounds. You'd have like the animated kind of stuff happening in the background, right? Stuff, little animated stuff in the background. That definitely helped it a lot. Oops. Yeah, but you gotta consider Final Fantasy VII, when it came out, was pretty revolutionary in terms of the graphics. Yeah, it might not have aged well, but when it came out, there was nothing that was close to that in terms of like everything, the cinematic nature of it, you know, the battle graphics. Comparing that to games that came out way later, well, yeah, it's kind of an unfair comparison, right? Back. I did not play the PC version, no. I wasn't big onto PC gaming in the earlier parts of the PC era. I was more into console gaming, like with the NES, SNES. After the SNES is when I moved over to... After the SNES is when I moved over to PC gaming, so actually the SNES, the PS1 era is when I did most of my PC gaming. I was gonna say, like, what now? What? This better be a good egg. All that for an aqua egg? Wow, that was a lot of fucking work for an aqua egg. But again, I mean, if you look at other 3D games around that era, I mean, that's pretty similar to what you had until, you know, the developers got, you know, used to the technology. It's a mana egg. Mana eggs you're basically combining together to make stronger and stronger eggs. So you got like the basic level 1 version, which is like stone, aqua, flame, and wind. And you combine it over, and you eventually get stronger and stronger ones, like this cluster egg, for example. As you can see, ability-wise, it's got some very OP abilities. So you want to get as many eggs as you can. That way you can combine them together and make stronger ones. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, stone has buffs and debuffs. You know, the water is mostly healing, but obviously some magic. Fire is mostly attack, and wind is mostly attack as well. You can do some buffing and. All right, I think we've done everything here. Yep. Too slow. Yeah, this one's all about combining them together. Yep. So you usually get like the shittier ones, and then you get lots of shittier ones in order to eventually get the stronger ones. Oh, come on, it's not taking my inputs. Like I pressed the button, and like a second later it actually stopped. I tried doing it early, but a little too early, I guess. Here. Yep. Of course, you're basically trying to figure out the recipes too. So if you grab a bunch of eggs and you start combining them all together, and I've been writing down the recipes, but there's obviously some RNG involved. So when you combine eggs, you can get different boosts on the spell. So if you make a, oops. So let's say you make a cluster egg, this cluster egg here, no matter however you make the cluster egg, you're always going to get these spells in here. So these spells are always inside the cluster egg, and there's nothing you can do to change the spells that come inside of it. However, you get the spell force. So the spell force you'll get randomly. You can improve the chance of getting them by combining an egg that has those stars kind of floating above it, and those empower the spells. They make them stronger. MP reduces the MP cost by half. Power increases the power. I don't know by how much. W is width, so increases the size of like an area effect thing, like circle or line. S is speed, how fast they cast it, so it makes it cast faster. IP does IP damage to the enemy, which makes them, you know, knocks back their turn order. So, you know, as you can see, this one here has some buttload of abilities. Like, this is a really, really nice egg I have right now. So I'm going to try using this one as long as I can. You know, you have to be pretty lucky to get some decent abilities. So there's a lot of save scumming. Try to get the best eggs. And that one actually I got really without a lot of save scumming. I got lucky on that cluster egg. Yeah, for me, it's very rare I can replay games, because, you know, there's so many games to play, it's hard to replay games. Obviously, Fast Forward is kind of an exception. There's a very small handful of games I've replayed multiple times prior to RPG Quest. Final Fantasy VII is one of the few I have. I mean, probably like 3 times I've played that game. I don't remember if I'm pretty sure I beat it the first time back on the PC. I played the PC version. And I played it again. I forget the second time I played it, and then I remember playing it when it came out on PS4 with trophies, so of course I had to platinum the thing. Yeah, well, the S-stat is nice. Casting speed increase is good, but you know, obviously MP reduction is pretty damn good, unless you have an egg that has like tons of MP. So MP reduction is very useful. Power, obviously, I mean, you want power on your attack spells because you're just doing more damage, so that's always a big pro. Speed definitely helps, but it's not absolutely crucial. Stuff like the width increase or the H, depending on the style, is obviously pretty nice for big AoEs. Like if you've got like a really strong single target one, like I have with that meteor strike, then stuff like MP down, power up, and like possibly speed up, those are probably the things you want the most on that. That's pretty much what I have on that one, actually. Yeah, it's Meteor Strike. MP down, power up, speed, IP. Like this is probably the best thing I can have on Meteor Strike, unless H is a thing you can have on there. If you could have H on this, it'd be even better, but I mean this thing does a massive load of damage to an enemy, so. Want to replay Shining Force 2? Yeah, those kind of games take a while to beat too, so it's hard to invest that kind of time on replaying a game. 2021? I have to look at the list. Let's see. Tell you which one isn't one of the best games. That Lord of the Rings games on Game Boy Advance. Definitely not that one. Let's see. Yeah, the music in this game is pretty good. I definitely enjoy the music in this. Burn everything. Let's see.
We should only fight those worthy.
So games I beat in 2021, they gave 5 stars. I gave a lot of games 5 stars in 2021. How many games do I have in total here? I played like, I have 15 games in 2021 that gave 5 stars, so that's an impressively large number. Out of those, let's see. Favorite one, I mean, there's Final Fantasy X is another one. It's another game I played multiple times. I beat multiple times. I platinumed it on Vita as well. But I would probably say there's Nocturne. Nocturne is pretty good, actually. Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne is one of those games that back in the PS2 era, it did not interest me at all, because I don't know, I didn't like the style. I didn't like the setting, right? It's kind of modern, not necessarily horror story, but just this kind of like surreal style thing just didn't really strike me back then, so I didn't really give it a chance. I was more into the high fantasy and science fiction in that era, so I never really gave it a chance, and it kind of sucks I didn't, because it's a fantastic game. So that was probably one of the best ones in 2021 I played. So I had a lot of fun with that. I mean, it helps that I played the HD remaster too, so there's definitely some quality of life stuff that was added that wasn't in the original, but gonna say this. Definitely a secret here. And of course it's empty. Oh, all these freaking secrets that are empty. It's such a slap in the face. That's the third secret I found in this dungeon so far that has nothing in it. I hate the RNG in this. I think every single secret like room I found in this has been empty. Hey there, Hard Gamer. Thanks for the host. That was quite a few. It depends how you define science fiction, but everything from like Rogue Galaxy to like you can have like the Digimon games as like science fiction sort of, but there's definitely quite a few. Yeah, Dot Hack definitely. I mean, I was into science fiction. I mean, there wasn't really a huge amount of sci-fi RPGs in that era. Those definitely started coming out in later eras, but you know, stuff like, you know, the Mass Effect games and you know, Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic games, those kind of things. And of course, I mean, JRPGs generally are kind of a they're kind of fusion between science fiction and high fantasy for the most part. Like name me a JRPG that doesn't have some sort of science fiction element. You're fighting robots and stuff like that in like later parts of the game, right? Even the earliest ones pretty much had sci-fi elements. Yeah, Western RPGs are definitely very sci-fi inspired. Or kind of like a weird mix. Stuff like Ultima games, you know, you come from the normal world into this kind of high fantasy setting. You have stuff like the you know, the Might and Magic series obviously have a lot of inspiration. There's a lot of sci-fi stuff in those. It's like starts off as a high fantasy stuff, and it's like, oh right, it's actually not. It's actually some weird sci-fi thing. Wizardry is kind of, I mean, I guess there's some sci-fi elements in wizardry, but it's mostly high fantasy. Down we go. Yeah, I mean, they were basically high fantasy with just like some sci-fi stuff thrown in, which kind of makes sense being Japan. Japan loves their kind of whole mecha thing, and you know, like original Final Fantasy, for example, it's practically high fantasy, but then you get right towards the end of the game, it's like you're fighting friggin' robots and shit like that. You know what I mean? Of course I have. Playing the games in mostly chronological order, so 1 and 2 have definitely been beaten at this point. I played the PS2 version of Grandia 2, which unfortunately isn't that great. Great game, but man, that port is not the best port.
Take this.
Did you really think you had a chance?
This one, the combat in that is fun, but the story, the characters are kind of meh. The characters are pretty much just like, you can just use whoever you want kind of thing, which is refreshing in a way, but also kind of makes the interaction kind of disappointing. And these guys are all like, lightning's not gonna do much here, but there you go. There's their triple. Jetstorm. That's like a single target attack, though. There's a reason I used the line attack game. Jet Storm. Yeah, it's the perfect thing to use in this area. Yeah, exactly. The characters, I mean, they're basically made so they can just switch them however you want. Yeah, apparently, right? It's like you really don't want to attack this line of characters. You just want to do this instead. Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise, right? That's the thing too. That's another thing with the characters. You pretty much need to mix them up in order to get the better combos. But of course, any characters you don't use in your main party, they're not leveling up. So suddenly, if I switch characters, those characters are going to be severely underleveled.
Is everybody okay?
As long as we are alive, we vow to fight.
The music in this game is pretty good overall. Got good variety. It's a whole bunch of different themes. It's a good thing this thing is so much bang for my buck. The 6 mana is basically like murders everything on the field. It's so strong.
A perfectly honorable fight.
Full inventory again. I keep telling myself to start using these things and I keep forgetting to do it. Alright, next battle. I'll use some items. Alright, something that we have ones of. Well, these guys are all spread out pretty big. And I can hit 1-1. Well, might as well use this Flag Garrix then if it's a single target. Worst thing? Nah. I gave up.
I'll carve.
You out.
It's going to get chilly. Ha!
Except for animation, which just falls on her face. But she didn't fall on her face this time. So hard to do physical damage to these guys. Got Exorcist.
How'd you like that?
No, I'm playing this on PS2. Playing this on PS2, it's connected to my RetroTink 5X with component. So it does a pretty good job at like making everything look good. Butterfly knife. It's like I love the new UI of the RetroTink, by the way. It's one am I using? Oops. Yeah, so we got like soft, vertical filter, motion adaptive, obviously. Output's just 1080p under, because, you know, Phil just, at least under is it's a integer scale. And of course, just output at YPBR, etc. Everything else is pretty much generic. It does a pretty good job for PS2. Like this one here, you know, you can change this. I don't see much of a difference between smooth and soft. You definitely see a difference between like sharp, especially with text. Probably doesn't come through the stream as much, but RetroTink. Yeah, RetroTink 5X. That's kind of their flagship product right now for RetroTink. It's like an FPGA based upscaler. Basically has like you can either use component, composite, SCART, S-video input, and upscales it to HDMI. And then latest firmware, which they just released in December, has like tons of options. It's great. Not cheap though. You're looking at like $300 US for that thing. Oops, I picked up another item, didn't I? As soon as I use an item, I really want to hold on to these, see if they're worth money, but eh. It's an upscaler. Upscales like SD stuff to HD. It's nice, obviously, if you have a, you know, modern TV that doesn't have component inputs and stuff like that. You can use like a cheap device to go from like, you know, these inputs to HDMI, but the upscalers do a lot of extra stuff as well. They upscale it to higher resolution. They usually do stuff like the deinterlacing is probably one of the biggest things. Like I'll show you that if you turn off deinterlacing there. Actually, I don't think you can turn off deinterlacing completely on the RetroTink. You just choose different modes. Oh, if you're emulating, yeah. But I'm playing this on the real hardware, so... It's all about the real hardware. Definitely not against emulation, but I got the original version of these things. All these games I'm playing on like the original software on the original hardware. Well, with the current consoles I'm playing, yes, but prior to, well, the exception is Game Boy Advance. Game Boy Advance is still emulating. Previous consoles I basically had to emulate because I didn't have anything prior to the PS1. The PS1 was kind of the first console I started actually playing real hardware and real software. Stuff like Saturn, SNES, NES, those were all emulated way back in the day. As much as I'd love to, you know, have, you know, all that hardware and like original copies of those games were definitely beyond my budget, especially stuff like Saturn, NES, and SNES. Those things are not cheap even back then, and nowadays they're just completely unaffordable now. Luckily, most of the games I picked them up before they started really going up in price. Yeah, I wish. I mean, I do have all the PS1, PS2, PS3, well, not all the PS4, but 99% of PS4, Xbox, Xbox 360, Dreamcast, GameCube, Wii, most of the Switch ones, PS5. I mean, I got all of those pretty much. The one I used for Saturn was what was it called? I forget now. It's been a while since I played Saturn. Mednefen. Mednefen is what I used for Saturn. It did a pretty good job. It was the only one that was basically still being supported, kind of thing. Most of the other Saturn emulators haven't had like any sort of work on them in forever. I don't know. Since then, it might have changed, but back when I did it, Mednefen was the best choice for Saturn.
I call forth the flames of purification.
Mednefen is mostly like, it's basically like a PS1 emulator, but also does Saturn. It does Saturn pretty well.
Did you really think you had a chance?
Like, I didn't have any of all the games I played on Saturn. Didn't really have any issues. One thing is, I had like kind of a potato PC back then, so if you look at some of the streams of the Saturn games, it's probably stuttering a bit because I was like capping out my encoder, which I wasn't aware of earlier on, and I was streaming at 60 FPS. So streaming at 60 FPS with kind of potato PC and running Saturn emulation, it was kind of throttling, right? So if I see some like stuttering, that's mostly because of the encoder capping out, not necessarily the emulation. Is perfectly playable. I hate how everything's swaying. God damn it. I really hate when characters just try to go around each other. It's such an annoying thing. Should play Panzer Dragoon Saga, the best game on Saturn. And I really wish that there was like either a sequel or a remake of Panzer Dragoon Saga. So good.
Pretty good, huh?
So many freaking enemies down here. I gotta reach it in time. Macaroni salad. I'm gonna do damage. Is Evan here to this guy?
How'd you like that?
There you go, Grandia. Seems like Panzer Dragoon Saga for something really bad in her life, yeah. It's definitely a good pickup. I keep getting all this armor that only my heavy attackers can use. What do I want to dump here? He's like 200 damage, it's like garbage.
Restore, restore!
Gotta love work.
The smell of rose suits you!
I love how that wind slash went through her first, even though she was behind. Blaster Ball.
Beware the blaster ball!
Let's see. So I'll hit these two. And actually, let's save up her SP. What I want to do is get to the boss and not have any SP left. Oh. New ability, Shockwave.
This may hurt a little.
Why do we keep learning, like, lightning-based attacks? Stop giving me lightning-based attacks in the one place where lightning-based attacks suck. Yeah, I can imagine. It's hard to do, like, a full-time job and stream. I know how it is. Thank God this is my hobby.
Pretty good, huh?
Pretty good. Thunder armor. Hopefully that's something one of our characters can use. It's pretty good. It's bad against fire and good against lightning. Quilted armor, it's like 9 points more. Yeah, this one gives us like 20 more armor. Done. PS3 console, it's probably hard to do nowadays. I mean, those prices for PS3 consoles have probably gone up quite a bit since they're harder and harder to find now. That's even harder to find. I mean, unless you absolutely want to play PS2 games on your PS3, you're probably better off with the later generation ones, to be honest. Because the original, like, fat PS3s, I mean, they are backwards compatible, but they're also a lot more prone to, like, yellow light of death, overheating, that kind of stuff. Like, I've had my like, slim PS3 since, you know, my original one died, and I've never had an issue with it since. So I honestly recommend that one more unless you absolutely positively want to play PS2 games on it. It will play PS1 games, so there's no issues for PS1. No, not all the fat. You have to be careful with the version number, and of course they're significantly more expensive. So yeah. I wouldn't recommend the super slim, but the regular slim is, which is probably one of the more common ones to find. Definitely the best bang for your buck. Yeah, there's that problem too, right? It's hard to know what kind of quality you're going to have. You don't know the history on them. That's why it's especially hard.
You sure thought twice about messing with me.
You'll get one like a month later, it'll crap out on you. So it's definitely tough. And like most other consoles, there's nothing that's backwards compatible with them, which is kind of unfortunate. Whee! Oh, come on. I hate how you can't walk onto places unless you're, like, just in the right spot. Those friggin' invisible walls. Yeah, the PS3 is definitely easier to take apart. I had to do that when I modded my PS3. I should take it apart again, like, especially, well, right now I've gone through the entire PS1 library basically with my PS3, so it definitely survived all that. But I should repaste it before I get to the PS3 era, just to make sure it survives all the PS3 games, because those are definitely going to be harder on the system than, you know, PS1 games.
Vroom, vroom, vroom. Spinning
Well, I'm not too worried about dust. I mean, my systems are pretty dust-free, but, you know, the dust isn't gonna prevent the thermal paste from drying out and giving you that good conductivity, right? I think I just, like, vaporized. Shockwave. Who's gonna win, Shockwave or Fire? It's gonna be close. No, I think Fire's gonna win because he's faster.
I call forth the flames of purification.
Look out!
Wow, one dude survived. That was a waste of SP there, but whatever.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
Goddamn swinging. So annoying. Just in a small mini fridge. Just dunk it in one of those vats of what's that mineral oil there that it's non-electric that doesn't connect to electricity. Let's use that. Problem solved. Is there a secret over here? There's definitely something in the wall, so... right here. I mean, even if there is a secret, you see the treasure on the map, so... as long as, of course, you've revealed that section of the map.
I call forth the flames of purification! A perfectly honorable fight.
I don't think I'd want to permanently cut holes in my PS3. Really? That's annoying. The secret, but you can't even get to the thing. It's like, oh, there's actually another secret to get here. Is there a secret inside of the secret? Doesn't seem to be. Air pump and aquarium. Some hardcore modding there. Just put on like a leaf blower to it. Wouldn't be exactly the quietest thing, but hey, at least it'll keep it cool. This feels like the right way. I want to finish exploring this area first. Let's see where it goes. Before we go all the way back and then realize it just goes towards a treasure chest. As long as you keep your PS3 in a well-ventilated area. Again, I've done like, I don't know how many thousands of hours I did on just PS1 RPGs, right? Like probably 2,000 to 3,000 hours easily on PS1 RPGs. And no issues at all. How did I not forestall them there? Just make sure you don't keep your system inside of a closed cupboard. You know what I mean? You should be fine.
I call forth the flames of purification!
Cancelled.
You should have thought twice about messing with me!
Damn it. Inventory's so full of stuff I'll never use, but I need to keep it because I'm a friggin' hoarder. Well, Galestone's not gonna be very useful here, so. There's that too. I'm a hoarder of hoarders. One minute egg. Must get 99 of everything. Okay, well that goes to the next area. Secret. No secret. Alright, so we need to go back. Get the treasure we missed. I know, it's the hardest thing to do in games is using items. Well, most of the time you don't need it. Like this one here, I'm doing fine with magic and stuff. Like I don't need to use items to attack enemies. But I don't want to get rid of them just in case, right? It's always that just in case. Now there's the rare game where items are pretty much a requirement, especially healing items. Like, you know, Breath of Fire. Dragon Quarter is a great example where you don't have healing abilities at all. You can only heal using items. In which case, yeah, you're using items quite a bit. But attack items, very rarely. Who needs spelling? God damn it. It's annoying that you fall off platforms. Can't fall off anything else, just platforms. Wanna walk off this cliff? Nope. Oh, seriously, like, I just clipped through both of those there. Ugh, this game. I don't know which ones I've been to yet. Everything looks the same. Okay, it doesn't vent that way. Let's go this way. Come on. That's where it came from originally, I think, right? Platforming's the real boss, yeah. Pretty much. Well, the worst part is like invisible walls too, which... Like you try to climb off a cliff and you can't because you hit an invisible wall unless you're just in the right position. Which is stupid. No, the other platform goes to where I've already been. I don't want to go back to where I've been. I want to visit the stuff I haven't been to. Like that platform I'm trying to jump on. Before I move on to, you know, the next area, the middle. There. I have been here, haven't I? Ah, alright. Well, that was pointless. Yeah, this is the stairs I took, yeah. Well, jump down here. Whee! Question is, how do I get to that treasure? Is there like a secret? I'd rather would have a secret wall like in this spot here, yeah. Oh no, I'll figure it out myself. Thinking out loud. sure there's no like secrets down here that I missed. No. Well, they do respawn if you leave the area. So say you finish an area and you like leave to go dump some stuff, and you come back, everything's respawned. Wonder when this opens too. Maybe after the middle area. Alright. Go! Yeah, that'd be kind of annoying. Every time you fall off platform, they respawn. Oops. The only one other area that's close to it is the end of this track here. So it's gotta be a secret that leads there. It's not like I can get off this track. Or was it this one? No. Was it like the beginning? Yeah, I think it was the beginning. Wish I could get like a zoom out. Yeah, I think it's like the beginning of the zone where we came in. Do I want to go all the way there? Yes, I do. Must catch everything. Knowing my luck is probably just like something shitty. It's like a medicinal herb or something. But it could also be an advanced book or something. So, am I gonna risk it? No, I'm not. Especially after clearing out the place. I mean, that's basically when you want to find treasure, because I won't have to come back here and go through a bajillion enemies again, although I can obviously dodge those for the most part. Probably. Every time you use it, you die. It's like, damn it. They fooled me. Indeed, I have. The totally not cursed sort of instant death. Wasn't this place either. Alright, I gotta go back this way first. Nope, it's preset. Loot is kind of, well, not necessarily random, it's more like loot can show up in certain spots or not. Alright, so it's probably like right over here. Yeah. No, my door. Where's my door? Really? I hit the walls when I was traveling the platform. It's the only other thing would be on the platform, but I tried clicking on the walls that were like getting close to it. And... oh well. Guess we're not getting. Whee! Let's make absolutely sure there's nothing here. At least these hallways are easy to tell if there's a secret or not. Fucking hate those platforms. Go into the door. Oop. All right. There's that thing too, which is kind of weird. It's kind of facing us. Let's see if we can do anything when we're next to that plane thing. Yep. Gotta wait no full cycle again. Definitely can't walk into it, so there was no clicking thing. So. Alright, let's go back. Go, fuck. The momentum throws you off too. Oh, there we go. Tried it on the other one, but I didn't try on that platform. So I tried it on this wall here, because this one's the one that made more sense, but... Wait, after all that was... That's a wind egg, alright, whatever, it's an egg. Not sure if it was worth that much effort, but eh. God damn it. Yeah, this game loves its platforms. The worst part is that platforms, like, you can't fall off anything, even if you wanted to. Unless it's a platform, in which case you fall off very fucking easily. There's invisible walls too. Like, let's say if I try to walk on this platform, like right at this corner here, I'll hit an invisible wall instead of walking on the platform, so... Probably. I mean, it's all RNG, so... Not much I can do about RNG. Getting the wrong exit. Middle level. Probably gonna be getting a geo spot or whatever the hell they call it there, back to our home base very soon. There's always 2 per dungeon, not counting the one that returns. Secrets in the walls. If you're close enough to the wall, you can usually see it, but it's better just to mash the frickin' button. I need to go back upstairs. Let's go back upstairs, don't I? Oh, never mind. I know, right? Watch your step, that's a doozy. God damn it. Whatever. Donuts. A little too close, that camera. A little too close. Another windig. Nope. I don't want to take the elevator. Press the down button. Check the walls over there for secrets. Hopefully there isn't one. don't see any weird walls, so probably not. They still selling the Bieber Timbits? Is that promotion still going, or Timbiebs? Donuts by Luna Chicks. Donuts. $0.50 a Timbit? Yeah. Right, that's why you get them in, like... Wait till they have those specials there where they're... Alright. It's like a solid wall. Oh, that's not what I expected. Definitely seems like boss section here. Just in case. Still missing one more for this one. Well, the portals are pretty obvious when you see them. Stairs down here. Sephiroth Bone Washer. Thank you so much. The Prime conversion. Prime to Tier 1. Very cool. How's it going, Bone Washer? Thanks so much for the awesome support. Sephiroth, thanks you. Equipment housing area. Yeah, that sounds like a good place to teleport back. Music is stuck. Sounded like it. Teleporter? No, no teleporter. Yeah, pretty much, right? Because definitely, like, I can see a seam on that wall. I can't see in first-person view, but here I could like see a seam there. I don't know if that's coming through you guys, but there's definitely a seam on that wall. But there's no secrets. Since this place is gonna blow up and that wall is gonna be like torn asunder or something like that. Yeah, it's weird, right? I wonder if there's like other seams like that. Oh, it's the only one. It definitely feels like this room's gonna like split in two or something like that at some point. It's like right here. So you'll be back in the second half of this wall's gonna be missing. Is there one on this side too? Yep, there's one right here. This one's not as visible. Yeah, I could just... Oh no, this one's kind of... It's like diagonal here, so yeah, this definitely makes it look like this room's gonna blow up. I'll come back and there's gonna be like chunks taken out of the wall. I'm calling it now because the wall looks like it's already pre-cut. Calling it now. It seems like a boss room. This seems very dangerous. Let's not go forward. No teleporters for me. Definitely feels like we should have run into a teleporter. I mean, there's going to be a teleporter back after we kill this boss in that room, obviously, but it feels like there should have been at least one more teleporter on the way here, kind of thing. I can make it look like it's on the CRT. Let's see. It's probably not going to come through very well. Post-processing. There, it's on a CRT now. Slot mask. You get some weird artifacts with these other ones. Like, if you look at like where his feet are, there's like really weird artifacts. I don't know if it comes through, and I don't think it's coming through the stream. It's definitely showing up on my TV though. This one actually doesn't look too bad. I mean, it's basically what a CRT would look like. Although I probably had to turn off the motion adaptive too. Again, I don't know how well this is captured. Since it's like downscaling for you guys. Smooth Bob. Yeah, this is ugly. Turn this off. Load my profile. Better. Well, there are modes for like some of these are like high-end consumer grade ones. Those are only good if you've got the output set like to 1440 or something. When you got like 1080p under or whatever, which is what I'm using right now, not so good. All right, everybody's fully healed. They are. It's a one-way portal. There's two-way portals and one-way portals. The one-way portals have like kind of the broken circle thing, and there's always one after you beat the boss. I'm surprised I didn't see another two-way portal though. I mean, usually all the previous dungeons have had two-way portals, so this one I guess not. All right. Didn't we fight this guy before? He looks a lot like the one we first fought. That was useful. What was he doing there?
You are.
0 damage. God damn it. I had to chase the one that's gonna... He turns around and goes the opposite direction.
A massive explosion will be your ruin!
Such emotion with that acting. It's too fast. She's too slow to attack.
take this.
Oh, rip that arm.
Vroom, vroom, vroom.
I can hit the other arm.
Get out of my way. Take
Stop humping my dude.
Burst in pieces. A massive explosion will be your ruin!
Shit. Guess that one's magic resistant. That was a waste. Those arms. Can I cancel her attack? No, I have to wait for her to come back again.
Yeah! Beware the blaster!
We'll chop you to pieces.
Over!
Best attack. 1 damage.
Only the Earth will hear your confession.
This one's probably just strong against move attacks. So each one seemed to be strong against like a certain thing. Give me time. Crackle flow. 5 hours later. Next form. I'm fighting some dude whose arms I ripped off. I mean, worms usually are armless.
They say every rose has its thorn.
She's MVP because she got the killing blow. All the skill XP, all of it. Just keeps getting more and more skill XP. Every time I hear the start of this song, it keeps reminding me of that song in Persona 5 there. Rivers of the Storm, whatever it's called. It's got the same kind of bass start thing. Rivers of the Desert, yeah, that's the one. It's got the same kind of like deep bass start thing. Yeah, the closed captioning is funny sometimes. There's a corpse here, just with the last slab, just like I thought. There's a rock music version? Oh yeah. And to be fair, I haven't played Persona 5, but I do have the OST for like the dancing games there. Persona, you know, 3 and 5 dancing. I like that song, it's good. Another monster, huh? Isn't that dead thing an elemental beast? Sure looks like one to me. Just a matter of time before I fight these guys. Because if there's dragon corpses, you know you're gonna fight them. They're gonna revive at some point and boom. What a twist, you gotta fight these now. What is this? Something's written on it. There's some more ancient letters. Despite the application of wind to period of 1435, stability not fixed. Under the Eye of Evil, Quan Li was given life. He is an ultimate being who will wield the greatest power in the world. Skrillex featuring all of it. Yep, definitely weird sometimes. That's what we came for, right? Hurry, Evan, take it. She likes Evan taking it. It's last slab. I'm sure nothing terrible will happen once we bring all these slabs to Colonel Joker there. What? Oh. Hey, wait a minute. Something's not right. Remember that room that looks like it's going to be destroyable? Yeah, I think it's going to be destroyable. Oh no. Come on, we got to get out of here. We're gonna fight a real boss now, aren't we? With none of my good magic. Oh well. That boss was easy. Yeah, I know, right? Hidden countdown. Arg. See, I knew that room would be destroyed. it it totally had that look. You can usually tell when things are going to be like destroyable when you got those like this big, basically invisible lines there. Everybody okay? It's not safe here. Let's hurry up and get out of here. That's not luck, that's pure skill. Damn it. You're trapped. Crap. I came so close. Ah. Is this the end of our hero's turn in next time for... Oh, they're still alive. It's a very quiet ladder. Hey, is everyone okay? Oh, it's them. They're here. Not them. Yes, I only destroyed the room for that one cutscene, but it was obvious that room was going to be destroyed.
I didn't think everyone would come.
Since this is our last mission, they all wanted to be here. They were very insistent.
Time for more great voice acting.
The disorder has been neutralized, and people can finally relax and enjoy life.
Yeah, you bet! My brothers in arms can finally rest in peace.
Yep, short game.
As well as the elemental spirits have been freed from anguish. Now the people of Loka can come back home, right? Everything will go back to normal.
It's the first time I heard Tito speak.
Yeah, this is great.
That was a horrible voice for Tito.
Happily ever after.
Indeed. Once the elemental spirits stop mourning, nature will heal itself.
Thanks for all the GGs. Nice and easy game. Let's stop the timer right here.
It's finally over. It really was tough. I thought we'd never make it. But here we are.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more, say no more.
We accomplished the mission due to everyone's hard work and persistence. Thank you.
We'll all live happily ever
Yes,
after.
Because of you, I'm finally able to attain what I really hoped for.
Hey, knock it off. You're being weird, Dean.
Yeah, Dean. Jeez, so weird. It's funny voice is puberty voice, oh yeah.
Ladies and
Mike.
gentlemen, you've done it.
Colonel Joker.
Colonel Kreutz, the mission has been accomplished.
Excellent. Now, decades of terror by the disorder have ended. Well done, Lieutenant Dean. Congratulations to everyone.
Now, we would like you to hand over the slabs. We need those for future research on the ruins.
Sure. We have no use for it. But don't go messing with it.
Of course we won't. It will be used to benefit all people, just like the ancient gears.
Specto's voice is so bad.
Oh, this is truly magnificent.
Horrified, I believe it.
The mysteries of the ancient civilization will be revealed.
Specto! We'll be heading back now. Lieutenant Dean, You will accompany us. Your work is admired by top officials.
Sir, thank you, sir.
People! Fear has left this land. On behalf of everyone, I thank you.
Hooray! Fear has left the land.
Your hard work will be fully rewarded. Go back to Loka and take some R&R. Again, I thank you all.
Time for the epilogue. Roll the credits.
Yeah, whatever. It's not like he actually did anything.
Now, Evan. Do you still have something against the Colonel? I thought you'd have grown up by now.
I'm not trying to be difficult. It just doesn't feel like we've accomplished our mission. That's all.
I bet it'll hit you once we get back to the village. I just wonder how much we're gonna get paid. I can't wait.
You're part of the army, you don't get paid. You get paid your same salary as normal. Oh, we get to save for New Game Plus. Hooray! New Game Plus, here we come. Also animated? Yeah, that'd be difficult. Some serious rust.
I am so bored. I hate trucks. Are we at Loka yet?
Damn trucks.
Relax, Miam. We're going back to Loka for some well-deserved rest.
We really neutralized the elemental disorder. I still can't believe it.
No, you did nothing, Tito.
I'm surprised how well we did. Even though the army helped, our success is a result of teamwork.
And they're really laying it on thick, trying to make you think the game's over.
I heard a rumor that the Arcadians are up to something. I wonder what they're going to do now.
The Arcadians, what could they be doing? The elemental disorder has ended.
I don't know. I just overheard Dean talking about it a little while ago.
Our people should have heard of the end of the disorder and should be grateful to the Nordis army, as Kreutz expected.
I must ask, is Kreutz that good of a person? It doesn't seem to fit the stories I've heard about him.
He did seem a little too cheerful. I suppose I was too caught up in the moment to think about anything else. It does seem strange. When we get back to Loka, maybe he'll finish us all off.
Yeah, knowing Kreutz, I wouldn't put anything past him.
Hey assholes, knock it off! Don't you ever talk about the Nordis army like that again! Their only plan was to neutralize the disorder. And you, Carmine, you're a Nordis soldier, for crying out loud! You should know better!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah, jeez.
Okay, buddy. Just keep your eyes on the road. You're driving this thing, remember?
It is true we no longer suffer from the disorder, but we mustn't be complacent. the fighting could start again.
Could there be war again? We just neutralized the disorder, and I'm sick and tired of fighting.
That's where we come in. We were all put together as a team to handle this type of problem. Don't worry, Tito. We can take it easy once we reach Loca.
Yeah, I know, right?
We're going to party!
Right! Exactly. With mutual understanding, we can avoid another war. Perhaps our job has only just begun.
Yeah, you might be right. Well, we can at least all party together in Loca. Wait! What is that?
What is that? Oh my god, something's gonna happen? I thought this was the epilogue.
Construction ahead. Proceed left.
It's a loud-ass truck.
Long detour. What's going on here?
I know, right? We can't get through this fence. This fence is too well constructed. Are they gonna are they gonna outpace a truck there? Those guys there. I guess chase that truck. He didn't fall for our like.
What? Dead end ahead? What's going on here? The other side told us to go
going on?
this way.
This guy has a meathead.
Something's up. Randall, watch out!
Thanks, Superman.
It's a trap! Get out! Damn! Who could it be? Who would do something like this?
Hand over the slab, and we'll spare your lives. We know you've got it in your possession.
Oh, we gave the slab to Kreutz. Like Dean and Kreutz were with us. Like, you think they would have taken when they...
We don't have it anymore!
Okay, there you go.
Do you take us for fools? Lying to us is futile.
That's right, it's Lisa Loeb. Lisa Loeb.
Damn it!
It's the third celebrity voice actor.
If you want to do this the hard way,
Yeah, that's correct.
you got it.
It's pretty good so far. We hit the total, like, you know, end of the game there. We just beat the game. Now we're just going through the epilogue. Alright. Good. We got our magic back.
I call forth the flames of purification! I call forth the flames of purification!
They say every rose has its thorn.
Been maxing some characters in Final Fantasy 1 Pixel Remaster. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, I was gonna say Final Fantasy 7 Remaster. Yeah, it'd be nice if they added some extra stuff, not just, you know, just re-release it for the millionth time. But this is a boss fight in terms of points. I guess everything's maxed out now. We could jump in there. That looks safe. Yeah, it always sucks when that happens. Hate randomized level ups. Those are the worst. Well, guess we can't go through here. These rocks are too high. We'll never be able to walk through these. Guess we gotta go around the long way. More dudes.
I call forth the flames of purification! I call forth the flames of purification!
These guys are tanky as shit. Oh, Wake Mage? Wow. I wouldn't be able to do that. That just seems like a lot of pain for nothing. Down. You're not kidding, right? These guys are way stronger than we are in terms of HP pools.
How'd you like that?
These guys have as much health as like bosses practically. Thank God we got a strong attack spell. Problem is they're all like split up when you start off, so it's hard to do a big AoE attack.
I call forth the flames of purification!
Damn it. These guys are fast too, which makes it a little harder.
This won't hurt much.
Cancelled. Mitigating 3 party members using them? Yeah.
That was pretty fun.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? At least these guys don't do a lot of damage. They're tanky as shit, but... Five of them.
You're not bad for a bunch of Nordis goons.
Are you the leader? What do you have against us?
I have nothing to say to traitors like you. On guard!
Freezing arrows! Take that!
Love that animation.
I call forth the blaze of purification!
Shoot through them lightning!
I'll tie you up, demon array!
Oh, guess she's not moving. Yeah, she is quick.
Take this!
Freezing arrows! Take that!
Blap.
Lightning speed! Full soar high!
Here's your punishment.
Rip boss.
Beware the blaster ball! As long as we are alive, we bow to fight.
Everybody vaporized except for her. We're just standing over the corpse. I'm pretty sure at this point everything's maxed out. For sure we murdered everybody but left her alive.
You monsters! You filthy Nordis beasts! Just finish me off already!
Okay.
Hey, wait a minute! What are you talking about? You're the one who attacked us!
Lutina? It's me, Jade. Do you remember me? Why have you attacked us? Tell me what's happening in Arcata.
Traitor! Defector! Do you have any idea what you have done? Hand over the slab! We can't let the Nordis get their hands on it!
Huh? Do you mean that slab we found at the ruins? We already gave it away. Is it really that important?
What? Why did you do that? It's over now.
That portrait.
Did you know what you did? Didn't you know what the slab was?
What are you getting at, Lutina?
The Nordis army is carrying out a plan that none of you have been told about. Everything was a part of that plan.
You mean the game's not over?
Ruins have a meaning. The army is not after the disorder, but the most evil power sought by the ancients.
What are you talking about? We already stopped the power in those ruins, right? I don't know much about the ancients, but our job is over, isn't it?
I know, right? I was ready to stop the timer and everything.
The Arcadian army has been checking the opened ruins. When scholars examined the murals, they were astonished.
I found that final boss was a little too
A new
easy.
power will replace the old, changing the world and all beings. Quan Li will lead us to that new world.
Yeah, this isn't Golden Sun.
Who knows
Thank God.
how dangerous that power is? If the Nordis army gets its hands on it, it will be a weapon used in war.
Has some jockstrap we found laying around.
It can't
You like
be.
the look.
I've been deceived. I fell right into the Nordis army's scheme.
This voice acting.
Now hold it right there. You can't just deny our accomplishments because of the raving of this woman.
I agree. This is all hard to believe. What we did saved a multitude of people. That hardly seems an evil deed.
Well, you have some professional voice
You
actor. Well,
people
professional.
just don't get it. The real
Like Lutina is
war
Lisa
has
Loeb.
only just begun.
So they do have some celebrity
I
talent.
told you everything I know. Why can't you understand?
So they spent more money on her, which is why, you know, she's got better voice acting.
Huh?
Evan is Dean Cain, aka Superman. Although you don't hear Superman in his voice at all. Like, it doesn't sound like Dean Cain. And of course, Colonel Kreutz is Mark Hamill. Like, he's where all the money went.
It looks like it's close to Loka.
Damn. I thought we were finished with all this.
The other characters are definitely a lot mixed in terms of their voice talent. It definitely feels like they use staff or some, you know, some very, like, cheap talent. Yeah, Mark Hamill is Colonel Kreutz. I'm sure we'll meet him again soonish. The FMVs are broken. See, that's why it's better to play off the real hardware. You don't get broken stuff. See, this Colonel Kreutz right there, the one on the right. No voice in that scene, though, but I'm sure we'll hear him soon. Alright, Mark Hamill. Colonel Joker. Aw, no voices. Use 4 elemental slabs to open the gate, just like the ancient legend said, and just had written in my report. You would hear him if they actually put voice acting in this scene. Indeed, our pathway is finally clear. Our chance has finally come. Yeah, Mark Hamill's expensive. They're trying to use him as least as possible. Congratulations. Now we just have to wait for the good news. Leave it to me. I'll get hold of the weapons of ultimate power. Quan Li. Oh my god, Colonel Kreutz was evil all along? Never expected that. Strike Force, advance! He's like Stan Lee's cousin or something. Bruce Lee's brother. We gotta get the ultimate sword Excelsior. Lights from Taloka. Otina was right about there being something else behind the ruined slabs, and that's Harry's objective wasn't to stop the disorder. Let's get back to Loka. Hurry! I know, right? We thought Luke Skywalker would be on the dark side. Never expected that. Yeah, finish. Access to this town is restricted. Stay clear until further notice. I can't save. Boo. That spot is still closed for now. Wasn't there a gate? They just put up another piece of fence. Army's mobilizing up ahead. We got business here. Please talk to the soldier in front of the vehicle. Hey, access is prohibited ahead. Yeah, that's what it says, but what about us? We're your allies. Huh? Didn't you guys already finish the mission? Thought that was all wrapped up by now. What do you mean wrapped up? It's wrapped up. What's going on here? It has nothing to do with you. Space is under the Army control. Access prohibited near the Starry Gate. Starry Gate? I wonder what they're doing there. It's under the Army's control. Access prohibited. Guess we're going back. We can sneak around. It's like, hey, look, we can go through this hedge. No? Nope, now they're conveniently open. Okay, new companions can enter the town. There are more people on your team now? Everyone looks pale and they ran towards the command post. I was going to go see Dean anyway. I have to find out what the hell's going on around here. She's depressed. Yeah, I don't think they would have that kind of budget. They only had the speaking role kind of budget, not the singing role kind of budget. Nope. Congratulations, I heard the operation was a success. Huh? It is, for now anyway. But look around. I just can't bring myself to celebrate. Suppose I'm out of business. It's over before I knew it. What about these skrill scrolls? Are you planning on leaving the village right away? Doesn't the ruckus out front bother you? Your orders, you see. Others maybe have no choice. I can't stay if I have nothing to do. I'm only employed here. Canadian quarters. Suddenly they say the mission is over. No more need for geo-gates or you. It's terrible, isn't it? Wait a minute, I just got back here. I have no idea what's going on. I'm sure the mission should be over, but the elemental disorder was neutralized. So why are there soldiers here? You told me to close the geo-gates. The army never explained what's going on. I have no idea. Gave me an order to leave here by tonight. I wonder what I should do. Suddenly it's all over. I'm fired. Those Noctis forces sure are arrogant. I'm not going to go along with this. An army man was just here and he ordered the operation termination. I can't figure out what's going on. What the hell are those army guys trying to do? Hey, you said the operation was over. Does that go for everyone else in town? Is that what the army guy said? Just burst in and said it was over. I don't understand what's going on. What are we to do? At any rate, we have to leave tonight. That's all they told us. How dare they? Hardware, you have a great night. That can be over just like that. Honestly, the army is so self-centered. I can't possibly go along with this. But what about my mana eggs? I guess we'll never make a mana egg again. Juston. This isn't supposed to be happening. Why has access to town been halted? I thought the elemental disorder ended. Finished our mission. We cleared all the ruins. I don't know why the army is outside. Perhaps there's something fishy going on. You can't just trust the army. Doesn't make much sense, does it? Wait here, I'll go check it out. Well, it is good to keep your guard up. We need a little excitement around here once in a while, you know? There's my chicken nugget. Grr. Hey, no need to bark, right? Don't try to give me a heart attack again. Ruff, 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 ruff. Hey, stop it. Come on, calm yourself. Ruff, 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 ruff. A barking fish chicken. I come here with fresh goods. What in the world happened? Must be something pretty bad. Well, I'm not too sure what's happening around here myself. I'm off to look around. At least we can store things. Just in case. Okay, let's throw this stuff in here. Throw this in here. In case we ever use Tito. Put these in here for now. Oops. Just in case. What in the world's going on outside? They've been terrible tremors. I'm turning back when I try to go see. Operation's over, isn't it? What's going on? What is happening outside? Chicken of the land, yep. I'm not really sure myself. The army seems to be up to something. They won't tell me anything. We have to come together to celebrate the end of the disorder. Why won't they tell us what's going on? Hello, sir. What's the ruckus over at Starry Park? Those army guys... What are those army guys up to? Sorry, but I have no idea either. Hey, how could you not know? You've been working with the army, right? Are you sure you haven't heard anything? Don't believe me not trusting me. Honestly, I don't know. Oh well, I was about to celebrate because I thought the operation was a success. I'm scared, Evan. There's a really loud noise and there's a lot of soldiers and then... Hey, what are you saying? Calm down, it's okay. You don't have to be scared. Don't worry about it. Hey, Evan, what's going to happen to us now? Yeah, you're dead, kid, sorry. Let's go see the waitress. Did she finally make it to the diner? Nope. I love how the waitress is never in the diner. She's always outside the diner. So what are we doing here? You're not psyched up about this victory celebration, are you? I've got nothing better to do. Show is over for us. Nothing to do now but cool my heels. Show's over? Are you convinced? We'll just do whatever they tell you. Aren't you bothered by what Latina said? Shut up. You don't know what it's like. I'm a soldier. I follow orders. I'm tired of your pessimism. Besides, you're hanging around here wasting time. Who are you to judge? If you want to run your mouth off, go somewhere else to do it. Why don't you talk to Dean? She may know something. Hey, how can you relax in time like this? Aren't you bothered by what's going on? We mustn't panic. If we do anything stupid, things will only get worse. So what is your business here? Jade said the others went to the command post. If you're curious, stop by there. You know, I'm really hungry. You're always hungry, ma'am. Hey, what are you talking about? Now's not the time or place. Try to get with it. You don't have anything to do. Besides, our operation is going great. I don't think I need to get with it. Hey, is the operation over? Why are we being removed from it? Am I dumb or something? I don't get it. Then I'm dumb too, because I don't get it either. Pooh. Everything was going so great. I thought my grandma would be happy too. Oh well. That everything is working out. There's so many things I don't understand. Pooh, indeed.
I won't stand for it. You'll pay for that with your life.
Stop it! Dean doesn't know anything. We should find out what's happening first, right?
It's all right. Our work is done. The operation is over. There's nothing we can do now.
So much emotion out of Dean.
What do you mean? What is the Nordis army up to? What the hell is going on, Dean?
Colonel Kreutz has begun a new mission. It's a quest for a new ruin and a new power for the army. I'm sorry. I believed that with everyone cooperating to end the disorders, the army and people could live in peace.
Hey, reading words is hard.
It was all just self-delusion. I was the only one to believe the army could bring harmony between the races. You're Arcadian, aren't you? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. But there's nothing I can do now.
Enough! I am sick of this sappy talk. Are you
She's grabbing her by the
trying to
tit?
defend the
Like, what
colonel
the
and justify his actions?
No! I didn't know anything. I have absolutely no idea what is happening. He awarded me medals and said carrying out one's duty is the greatest honor. He told
Medals.
me that we galvanized the army.
For something with a big speaking role, you think they would have used something a little better for
Yes,
Dean.
I am a soldier. I'm such a fool.
The Nordis never change. They want to acquire technology, build new weapons, and take over the world.
This is an intolerable situation. Having been deceived, we mustn't trust the Nordis ever again.
At least the other voice actors
We were
seem to be
fooled just
trying.
as much as you were. Nordis this and Nordis that. I don't like your tone.
It was all a lie, wasn't it?
Except for Tito.
We're going to die again because of what we did. I can't believe anyone! Everyone is going to kill each other!
Still can't get over that Tito voice. Doesn't fit the character at all.
I'll make you pay for this.
Lisa Loeb is doing a pretty good job, though.
Oh,
Dean's voice actress, definitely the worst.
what the hell is this? Now we have lost hope and fallen to pieces just like Kreutz planned. Yeah, we're a bunch of idealists. We dream and make asses of ourselves. What a fine bunch of idiots we are.
Evan, I want you to come with me to Escarret. I'll find out the Colonel's plan.
What for? What good will that do?
There's a restricted area inside the Escarret Army facility. There we can learn the Colonel's plan. I can't let it end this way. I'm going to finish this myself.
God. Dean's voice actress is so much definitely the worst one. It's like Carmine actually has some emotion in her voice acting. Dean just doing like a monotone for basically everything. There's like no emotion whatsoever. It's horrible. We find out Kreutz's plan now. Can't do anything about it. Can we really stop him? I refuse to act on what I don't know. Once I see it with my own eyes, I'll decide how to act on my own. I'm not going to cry myself to sleep over this. Something will be done. I refuse to be used as a puppet. Oh, remind me never to piss off a woman like you. Why do you have to be a smartass? Besides, I thought you'd be the first to be enraged over Kreutz using us. Hey, I'm angry. What do you want to know? Or what I want to know is how you plan to get inside the base while I'm with you. Leave that to me. The security of the base is really tight, but I know a few ways to get in. She knows how to get into tight spaces. No. She didn't go inside of us like every other NPC. We have a trail now. Whee! I don't recall games outside of Grandia 1 and 2. Well, this one, I mean, story-wise, this one's kind of meh. Like, super predictable stuff and all that stuff. The gameplay is actually pretty good in this one. Like, the combat system is pretty good. But yeah. Graphically, musically, it's all really good. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's one of those games that, first of all, it's fairly unknown because it probably had a fairly small print run. With a name called like Grandia Xtreme, you would expect it to be more of a... You would think it would be like either a remaster of Grandia 1 or something like that. Like, you wouldn't think this is a new game, right? It's not one of the mainline, you know, Grandia games. It's more of a side game. Grandia 3 is still in the PS3 digital store. It's probably on the PS4 one. It's probably on one of those PS2 and PS4 kind of games. Yeah, I mean, part of that is probably due to the name. Like, the name doesn't indicate that it's even a sequel to Grandia. Like, if I saw something called Grandia Xtreme, I would think it would be a remaster of Grandia 1. You know, like, the name just kind of sounds like a remaster. If this came out as Grandia 3 or something like that, then, you know, this probably would have sold better. But of course, they didn't want to make this a sequel to Grandia 2. They just want to make this like kind of a side series thing. That kind of hurt it a bit. Yeah, I mean, if I had tried this back then, I would have enjoyed it too. Like, I'm having fun with it. You know, 20 hours into the game, it's still good. I mean, I haven't gotten to that point where I'm just like, oh, just let this end. But, you know, who knows, now that we've gone through I don't know if that's considered the first half there, but we've gone past the prologue now. Well, sorry for the marriage counselor. Why come to me with your problems? How would I know what you should do? Yeah, it's definitely a game that, yeah, probably didn't sell well because of kind of the weirdness, and probably didn't have a big print run to begin with, too. And, you know, it didn't help the Grandia 2 on PS2 was kind of a pretty shitty port, too. You know, the game itself was fantastic. Oh dear, that was scary. Oh, please excuse me. Madam told me not to talk with anyone. What's with all the ruckus? Were people fighting in here? What do you want? Sorry to be so rude, but I'm a little edgy right now. What? Why are you so edgy? Look, whatever your problem is, it's not your fault, okay? How about we just destroy everything? This guy find his key yet? Oh, what's the matter? Are you hungry? Sorry, I don't have any food for you. Got a devil cat here. My, what a cute cat. What's the matter? Are you hungry? A cat? So this is a cat, eh? Well, what else does it look like? Evan, you're funny. I don't know, it looks like a demon to me. It's got horns, got red eyes. It's obviously a demon. I don't have a sofa, but you're welcome to get into the pool if you like. Get in the pool? I'll pass, thanks. Sorry, we don't have time right now. I know, right? But it does move its legs. It's kind of moonwalking along the ground there. It's like moving like 3 times further than it should the way it's moving its legs. It's got like inline skates. I think you're going. This place is closed. Damn it. What do we do now, Dean? It'll be hard to get by that sorter. Let's try the back entrance downtown. Maybe it's easier to get through. Alright, Dean's a fan of back entrances, confirmed. Let's go see the tavern girl. Tavern girl, we're coming for you. I'm gonna look out to find a large music hall. If you love music, come visit us there. Or maybe, I guess the crash heads are the ones we have to give those music sound bites to. Once we see them in Loca. Makes sense. The best tavern girl. She can't afford clothes, so she just wears a barrel. And nothing else. What's she doing in those clothes? What's she doing out of those clothes? I feel like someone's staring at me. Could someone be trying to kill me? If you think someone would try to kill you, could it be that there are spies from Arcadia I'd like hearing about? What, spies? What are you saying? I don't have any secrets. You think spies are watching me? You're joking, right? That can't be. Bam, bam. To the back entrance. Well, this one's not even guarded at all. Damn it. Yeah, this is a perfect position for the camera. Let's have this ramp where you can't even like look forward to go up it. You have to go at an angle, otherwise you're not gonna be able to see where the hell you're going. Open the gate. It's Lieutenant Dean. Let us through. Oh, Lieutenant, please wait. Sir Civilian Collaborator. Codename Red Pepper number 234. You have urgent business. Huh? Red Pepper number 234? Never heard of that one before. Sure is a strange codename. Hurry up. I'm here on the orders from Colonel Kreutz. You have orders from Colonel Kreutz? Yes, ma'am. Please proceed. That's how things get done. Well, that's pretty good. This is about my codename being Red Pepper. Yeah, shouldn't we be going away from the soldier before we start discussing this? Never mind. Let's find out what Colonel Kreutz is trying to do. Again, like, the dude's, like, right beside us here. My, how elaborate. Are you preparing to launch an attack? Actually, we haven't been told any details. We're just ordered to get ready. There's an order saying that all available soldiers should be ready to attack at any time. You just, like, hop the fence. Hello, Lieutenant. Are you here to check up on the status of our preparations? Negative, but now that you mention it, are all the soldiers getting ready to launch an attack? I don't really know what's going on. My orders are to prepare for a secretive large-scale operation. I don't really know what's going on. No. You know, you think they'd be suspicious when, like, you know, the lieutenant's asking, is like, hey, what are you guys preparing for an attack for? It's like, we were given orders to? How come you don't have those orders, Lieutenant? I feel like exhausted. What's the problem? I've just been working really hard. Got sudden orders to get all the combat vehicles ready. Yeah, that was some tough work. It takes a while to prepare the combat vehicles, but we were ordered to do it right away. I want to fly this plane. Let's see, we got 2 bolts. How many nuts? I got a feeling there aren't enough. What are you counting in? Why the blank look on your face? I was just in a hurry to get the combat vehicles ready, and I just know that the nuts and bolts won't match up. Lieutenant, the soldiers' barracks are up ahead. Thank you, guard. We'll go on ahead. We're here over there. Man, I can't get my body to stop doing this. Why do you keep going on back and forth like that? Welcome, Lieutenant. This army lab is up ahead. Thank you, guard. We'll go on ahead. Let's go to the lab. What am I doing in a place like this? Yeah, you look like a kid who can't get what he wants. I came here under the orders to survey items excavated from ancient ruins, but I'm afraid I can't locate Dr. Specto. I was just ordered to wait here. The artifacts from the ancient civilization are inside. Oh, what should I do? There are valuable artifacts of the ancient civilization in this facility, but I don't have any access privileges. Lieutenant, the central facility is up ahead. You have some business there? Thank you, guard. We'll go on ahead. I'm sorry, but this facility is closed. We have a strict order from Science Officer Specto. I guess we'll have to try a different approach. Again, why are you telling this to the guard? Oh, you're not letting us by? Yeah, maybe we'll try to find a different way in. Let's go to barracks first. That's a weird-ass camera angle. Suddenly we got, like, this perspective camera. Halt, who goes there? Stand down, Sergeant. He's with me. A mistake, Lieutenant. Something wrong? Colonel Kreutz is furious. Is everything going as it should? How's the plan proceeding? Colonel Kreutz is furious? That's impossible. Everything's in order. Confirm his orders. Yes, ma'am. Phase 1. Under the pretext of neutralizing the disorder, we will gather slabs from each ruin. Phase 2. With these slabs, we will open the door to the final ruin near Loka and obtain something called Evol. I don't understand the last phrase very well, but it says Evol, the guide to the Quan Li. Those are the orders, ma'am. The Quan Li project is in Phase 2, right according to plans. Well done. I was just testing you. Sorry to bother you, Sergeant. Well, Red Pepper number 234, we'll report to the others in Loka. Oh no, not again. I mean, yes, ma'am, Lieutenant Dean. Looks like the dragon from from Breath of Fire. Almost. From this angle here, it definitely looks like the dragon from Breath of Fire. From Dragon Quarter. It's like, oh god, no. Wasn't this the Sandworms then? I knew they were hiding it. It must be true that the ancient civilization collected the elemental spirit's power to create new life forms. I'm sure we're not going to be fighting that thing at any point. Back to town. Assuming we can't take that shortcut. It'd be too easy. Oh, where's the bank door? There it is. The Kreutz and Spectre are acting only for themselves. Looking for evil right now. Army's for protecting the people, not for Kreutz to abuse his own ambition. I have to do something. How in the world are we going to stop the Colonel, though? We have not found what they're after yet. They're going back to Loka. Let's tell everyone. Hey, Blobby. Hey, where the votes at? I haven't checked the votes recently.
So,
Does Mugen Souls have
the
a...
Noctis army has been deceived by Kreutz and Spectre.
Kreutz, that weasel! He's going to pay for this. Oh yeah, I will make him pay.
Oh yeah.
Could Evelyn Quan Li be the ultimate weapon of the ancients? I wonder how much power they possess.
It's very close.
We must stop them. If it's just the two of them, we might have a chance.
There'll be a photo finish.
Hey! Everyone, we need to stick together. We've got some unfinished business to take care of.
I can't believe anything anymore. What am I supposed to believe?
God damn it, Tito. Stop being such an emo. Slap him.
Yeah, that's right, Tito. I can't make you trust me. Yet
I love how
we've
Evan
worked so hard
sounds
together
younger than
until
Tito.
now. I'm not gonna let all of our efforts be wasted. Everything we've done so far can't just go to waste. I need to find out for myself.
I love how they bother to get like a known actor for Evan, but
After the army?
they modulated his voice to make him
Even if
sound
Kreutz is up
younger.
on his own, he's got to be well armed, right?
Yeah, but I'm still going after him. I'll beat him to the chase. Lutina, you're going to come too.
Unless Dean Kane's doing this voice naturally, but
Well,
I'd be surprised.
if you can stop the Nordis army, I can't ask for anything else. Does this mean you trust me now?
Well, you're not gonna attack us anymore, right? Remember, your enemy is Kreutz, not the entire Nordis army, okay?
Ha! You can be so strange at times.
And Dean Kane's voice acting isn't that good either. I mean, it could be because, of course...
The people of this town said they will help us. They said, to heck with the army.
We also found a way inside the ruins. There's a
Yeah,
secret
exactly.
passage behind a green rock that only the villagers know about.
Hey, it looks looks like we've got a chance. That bastard Kreutz! We're going to get him!
Evan, follow the Colonel. I want you to see what's out there and witness whatever might happen.
Hey, Dean! Where are you going? Stay and fight with us!
The Colonel must be stopped. I am going to report the truth to my CO. At this stage, stopping him will not be easy. Evan, and the rest of you, please find a way to put an end to this despicable scheme.
Dean, will you be all right by yourself?
I can't believe I'm getting sympathy from a twerp like you. I must be really pathetic.
Yes, Dean, you are pathetic.
Listen, all will be fine. I'm leaving you in charge here, and I'm counting on you, Evan.
Yeah, Dean Cain does sound like he's yelling all the time. It definitely it definitely doesn't sound like Dean Cain. So they obviously modulated his voice. So I mean, it could be a mix, like his kind of wooden voice acting. It could be a mix of, first of all, he probably has a lot of lines of dialogue. He probably has the most voiced lines of any character in the game, obviously being the main character. So probably like a tight schedule with like a lot of dialogue means you don't really have a chance to, you know, get the best voice acting out of somebody. And yeah, I mean, it's Dean Cain. It's not like a professional voice actor or anything like that. It's just star talent, right? It's not like, you know, Mark Hamill, who at this point, I'm pretty sure at this point he definitely had some voice acting experience, and then some. So I mean, he can do it quite well. Lisa Loeb actually sounds pretty good. Like she actually has, you know, emotion and stuff in her voice acting. Dean is the worst, obviously, but Dean sounds like they just use some woman on the staff, some family or friend or something like that. Like it doesn't sound like a professional voice actor at all. It's like Dean is definitely the worst. And like the other characters that don't have as many lines aren't that good either. But I mean, some of them, like Carmine, sounds way better. But Dean's got a pretty large amount of lines, but it shows like a really bad voice actress for her. And you know, part of that is obviously because she has a lot of lines of dialogue. When you're paying for voice actors, you're spending a lot of money. So hey, get somebody who's the cheapest possible. Because I am sure they definitely broke the bank when it comes to getting Mark Hamill to do Kreutz and Dean Cain, even though it's, you know, he's not a big voice actor, and especially at this point, he's still like star talent, right? Yep. Good. Can do this stuff now. I think I dumped my skill things in the bank. We picked up that one B rank book. How am I going to give that to? Life Blessing, resist sudden death. Yeah, so that's probably a good thing to have against certain enemies, resisting sudden death. Unless you want to like max it out, 100% protection. I'm sure they'll be important against certain bosses. Got two of them. Quick blast chant. Underworld. Alright. Let's get equipped on that. Strength, I think. Advanced book. Everything is maxed out, basically. Go some of these other ones for now. Hey Tex, how's it going? Alright, what do we want to throw on here? Enemies may drop better items. It's probably good to get. Max damage. Prayer restores HP for defending. 7 Knight's Ring, more gold, unassailable. Covers weak spot and attack. More IP damage for critical. That'd probably be a good thing to have for bosses in that. Not sure what 1000p means. I'll level this one up first. It's good to have early so we can get more good items. So we get more books. It's more bomb attack power. Yeah, I know, right? Like, what the fuck does it mean? Like, how much is 1000p? Like, what's the full bar considered? 10,000p? Like... So these beginner books that we don't need anymore. Alright, let's see. We have a bunch of mana eggs. Let's see what we can make here. So we can get some upgrades. Alright, Blizzard, that's kind of currently maxed out, right? So we can get a, a high-end wind egg. Just goes to frost. That's not what I want. What was the recipe for... lightning egg, I think will be the next tier. Never wrote it down. It's probably equivalent to... forest egg. So we need to have a thunder egg plus... yeah, I guess just thunder egg plus... plus wind would have been enough. Yeah. Nice. The Sans Quest was kind of a neat game. 3DO actually had some pretty decent RPGs, surprisingly. I didn't expect 3DO to have like anything good, but most of the games on it were pretty playable. Pretty okay. I wonder how much Lucien's Quest goes for now. When I was looking at 3DO like RPG prices and like holy shit, Lucien's Quest was like stupidly expensive back then. Now it's probably like yeah, forget about it now. It's like the down payment on a car kind of prices now. Lightning egg. Alright, see if we can get a lightning egg that was like at least a star on it. Nope. No stars. Time for the save scumming to begin. Must get a star. It's like we're going to keep this one, so I don't care about the abilities. I just want the star so I can have a better chance of getting an upgrade. Come on. I mean, at this point, it should be decently possible to get a star on it. It's probably like very hard to get like a tier 1 star, but it's what, tier 4? Yeah. But did he do voice acting in anything else, though? Not just video game, but just voice acting in general? because he doesn't sound like he'd be cut out for it. Like, his performance isn't that good. Oh, probably because he was affordable, right? I mean, at this point, what was Dean Cain doing, right? After being Superman, I mean, he was pretty much like, you know, like a D-list actor. So it's like, hey, we got somebody that we have like a known name on our box. Get him for relatively cheap. And they could definitely use a lot better voice actors. There's a lot better voice actors out there they could have done with it would actually fit the character better. Like, again, I don't know if they modulated his voice. It doesn't sound like him, so it definitely sounds younger than Dean Cain. So I'm pretty sure they must have modulated his voice. So if the fact they did that, I mean, what was the point of even getting him to voice the character if they could just modified his voice anyways, right? Your weekend starts nice. Hey, Mr. J. That's pretty good. We've hit the first kind of like you know, the first, hey, surprise twist. The game's not actually over kind of obvious, you know, point in the game. It turns out that Colonel Kreutz is actually evil or something. I know, what a shock, right? Come on, give me a star. I don't care about the stats, just give me a star. It's so hard to get a star when you want it. You're not looking to get stars, you get stars. You'll get like a 2-star thing, but no stats on a gem you actually want to keep. When you're actually trying to, you know, actively get a star, you never see them. I know, right? What a shock. And guess what? That other scientist dude there, he was also evil. I know. It's a shock. We have to reevaluate life now as we know it. Playing some Brandish, nice. Yeah, it's a pretty good game. It's hard to watch, but it's an okay game to play. Because goddamn, that snapping camera angle there, it's just the worst thing ever unless, you know, you're controlling the thing yourself. They made like kind of like at least some sort of indication when you're turning. Be a little better to watch. Oh yeah, Fire Emblem's, I mean, I don't think anything's going to touch Fire Emblem unless there's a humongous upset all of a sudden. Which is extremely unlikely. It's not like, you know, when Yakuza and Breath of Fire were like neck and neck and some people like switched at the last second there. That's good. I think you're enjoying it. It's an okay game. It's just, I think the mechanics definitely made it bad. The whole like camera system thing, just ugh. Need some better RNG here. Damn it, give me a star. Better than Earthbound. What? You take that back. Earthbound was definitely a unique game. No. Next thing you're gonna say is that, you know, Breath of Fire is better than Yakuza. Oh, the inventory? Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, limited inventory, right? Any game with limited inventory always sucks. Well, like, every game has limited inventory, but you know what I mean? Like, strict, very strict limited inventory, and no stacking for things. Why am I getting so unlucky? I should be able to get a star. This is a tier 4 egg. I mean, should be a decent chance of getting a star. I can carry that forward to the next thing. Oh yeah. Sucks that we never got Mother 3, or, well, a physical version of Mother 1. Still need to play Earthbound Beginnings at some point. Come on! No, I don't own a digital copy of it, so it's not at the moment, unless they release some sort of, you know, still holding on to the chance that they'll ever release like a Mother collection on the Switch. It's probably never going to happen, but you never know. You never know. No, Nintendo will release it for like 1 day only. You gotta buy it today, and otherwise it's gone forever. Freaking Nintendo. Some Arrow Stars and Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is another one that was like a limited time digital only release. Well, they had the collector's edition thing. Right now, the only way of ever playing Fire Emblem if you didn't buy the digital version is to get the probably very expensive now collector's edition from third-party seller, which has the digital code on a card which doesn't expire. So that's still, you can still play the game that way, but you cannot buy the game anymore because Nintendo. Let's just have limited time digital releases. Screw everybody. We want your money and we want it now. If you can't give it to us later, you gotta get it now. Well, bullshit. Come on. No, they weren't experimenting. They knew exactly what they were doing. There's no way they were like, oh, let's see how this does. No. It's because, of course, they wanted to get the money for the end of the quarter. For the end of that financial, year or whatever. So by doing that, of course, people had to jump on it. They had to purchase it then so they can have a decent end to their year. You have to fast forward. I'm still surprised we haven't seen one yet. I mean, I've seen a Yakuza show up, and it sucks that it lost, but I mean, there's more NEP games than Yakuza games. Just a matter of time, I guess. Oh god, yeah. Yeah, Nintendo never puts games on sale, ever. There we go. 1 star, finally. Let's go save this. When it comes to sales, Nintendo just does not. Like I can see the physical Switch cards rarely going on sale because they're necessarily printed at a smaller quantity because you don't want to be sitting on a lot of stock on those things considering how much it costs to make the carts. But digital versions, no. I mean, Nintendo is notorious for never dropping the price. They can sell like millions and millions of copies, and you don't see like greatest hit thing for Nintendo. They just don't do that. They like to keep their prices high to keep their value or whatever. We don't want to water down our franchise. Want to make sure our franchise is valuable. So that's Nintendo for you. What do you expect, right? Alright, next tier is probably going to be the... I guess we can check these ones out. Yes, we want the... So we'll need like probably a lava... No, we can use a lava egg, yeah, so we get a heat egg, or... So it works with star egg, plus heat egg or lava egg. So these two, so this one will probably be lava or heat egg or mist egg, most likely. So let's make a mist egg. I mean, we can get a star on this one, but it's unlikely. Give me 2 stars. It's got some decent stuff, but I kind of want to go for the tier 4 one or tier 6 one, so it's probably another one I want to get stars on instead. I don't really care about the actual abilities. What do I need to combine to get the maximum one, though? Probably just not from Nintendo. From any other manufacturer, maybe Nintendo? No. Okay, so we need like 2 mist eggs probably. Yeah, so heat eggs as well. So if I make 2 mist eggs, I'll be able to turn this lightning egg to the photon egg. Let's make 2 mist eggs. And we'll save again so we don't have to redo this again. Amazing if we got one with a star, but not holding out my breath to get a mist egg with a star. %, yeah, pretty much, right? You'll get 10% off if it's like 10 years old. If that. When the 3rd sequel to the game comes out, then they might drop it in price. Anywhere years is free. Yep. No, then they'll re-release it as a full price, you know, collector's edition. All right, so let's see if we can get a star. It'd be nice to get 2 stars on this. Then very good chance we'll get a really good photon egg. We need to get at least 1 star. Nice, 2 eggs. Perfect. That's a save. Yes, Filthy Berry, you definitely should. $15 for 3 Yakuza games? Do it. That's a great deal. That's like 200 hours worth of gaming goodness there for $15. An HP filter in our game, yeah. Maybe Nintendo for you. Of course, you know, they'll go after anybody who releases, you know, a ROM of those games in the meantime before they release it 90 years down the road. Alright, photon egg. Alright, let's hope we get a really good bunch of stats on this thing. MPHSIP. Yeah. Get the MP down and zap all. Here's Gadzap is a AoE. Icicle egg. Lightning egg. Restore egg. Dust egg. I think I gotta reload there. There's not really that many good stats on that one. Just want to see what the different. A single target, yeah, that one would definitely need an MP down, level 15 bolt. MP down with power would be really good to have. Zap ball is a fan, zap is a circle. So obviously MP down, definitely need power up on all of these. These two I could care less. Burn strike, I doubt I'll be using that, so the stats on that doesn't really matter. So zap ball will probably be the one I've been using more since level 9. This would be great for bosses, it's great for enemies. So basically these two. I need like MP, H and W would be nice on this, why not? But power, speed would be good to have too. Result 3, nice. Yeah, the Yakuza stuff, but doesn't that one go for a lot now? I mean, I've got a copy of myself there, the Dead Souls one, but probably very expensive now for the Yakuza Dead Souls since, you know, it was definitely less of a common game. I don't remember, I think I remember trying it, but not for long. Well, it's part of the RPG series, or part of the Yakuza series, so I have it on my list. I wouldn't consider an RPG per se. I mean, it definitely has some Yakuza, like, elements of it, so it's got some light RPG elements, let's just say. Let's see what it goes for now. Where's Game Eye? There it is. Games. Yakuza. Dead Souls, $61. Not as high as I expected, but $187 for Yakuza 0 Business Edition. Got a sealed copy of that. It's worth $187 now. It's the first shooter ever, yeah, I believe it. I mean, when you think of shooters, you don't think of Yakuza. Yakuza is like a brawler. I don't know what the hell logic they thought, like, hey, let's throw guns in Yakuza. Alright, MP... No. I'm gonna need, like, power. I need MP on Zapball and Yadzap. I need power on both of those. SIP bonuses, I guess. But power MP is definitely important. And either width or H on Zapball would be good, but... MP is definitely critical in Gadzap, just to drop it down like 30 MP there for cast. Everyone loves zombies. Yep. You don't punch zombies, you gotta shoot them, so... It sucks that we never got the Ishin series localized. It'd be cool to play, like, you know, the Samurai Yakuza games. Maybe they'll do some remasters at some point, and maybe those will be localized. Probably not, though. Got MP, but no power, and we lost the stars. I don't know if stars are going to matter. Because I don't know if these combine to anything. I mean, life is the only good one I end up getting out of these, which makes that crown one. Dead Souls 2, yeah. I'd be surprised if they ever decide to make a Dead Souls 2. I don't think fans are clamoring for Dead Souls 2. Come on, good setups. Getting unlucky here. And I still don't know how I got so lucky with the with my first cluster one. We got like so many good so many good spell forces on that. Got insanely lucky on that. That one, I don't think I did much save scumming at all. Just got super lucky. Now that I'm trying to save scum some of these ones, it's like, frick, the game knows I'm save scumming and just not giving me anything good. Alright, that one's pretty good, but man, not having the MP down on Gadzap hurts. We have the MP down on Zapball, but we don't have the power on Zapball. Yeah, it's not really worth it. I mean, Burn Strike, Wake, and Binder, those are all garbage anyway, so I could care less about that stuff. Yeah, I definitely need MP on Zapball no matter what. That's a must-have. Otherwise I can use this thing like twice and run out of MP. Gotta have my boss nukers. Where's the order? I don't think that matters, but... No, it's horrible. No MP or no boost at all on Gadzap. MP. Garbage. Gotta love RNG. Where's the save state button on my PS2? If only. We're gonna have to run back every time. I could MP down, but I don't have, like, power. All I want... I mean, even if Yadzab's the one has, like, MP power. Just want those two on it and nothing else. Well, I still need a good AoE too, just in case, so... But MP power on Gadzap is like a must. The other stuff, Speed... Well, speed would be good, but I could live without speed. The only time I'd be using is during boss fights anyways, and other characters can cover for me if I need to. IP damage again, it's useful for boss fights, but it's definitely not a maker breaker there. Speed. MP is absolutely critical though. Power. Zap's pretty good there, MP power, but damn, I can't use Gadzap with 64 MP. It's just crazy. No, it's not. I can't do it. I could probably survive if I get like a Zap or Zap All without the MP. Even though I'd probably be using those more often than Gadzap, but... Wish I could skip this animation. Give me the result already. Alright, there we go. Gadzap. Perfect. I mean, the Zap All kind of sucks that there's no power up or anything, but Gadzap, MP power, and speed. Yeah, I don't think I can get better than that. Sucks that we didn't get any stars in the Photon Egg, though. But, whatever. It's kind of like the Blizzard Egg. Alright, good enough for now. Oh, the only thing left is the Soul Egg, I guess. If I want to complete this list here, and then we have those two columns on the left and right, but... I don't know how the cluster egg is such low mana. How did I get to that cluster egg and not have like 176 like I have with these two? Thank considering I basically made those other two using the least amount of ingredients as I can. It's kind of weird. What probably happened is I kind of like, I probably took some like side steps versus these ones that made them the most efficient possible kind of thing. So that's probably what it is. A whole bunch of like playing around with the eggs and eventually like running into this cluster egg. So you do like a downgrade or something like that if it really screws over your mana. Alright. Let's see what kind of eggs we need for that soul egg. Probably some more stone eggs for one thing. Stone plus water. Yeah, sand. So forest. Yeah, forest is a stone egg, right? Yeah. So the next step would be forest plus lava or sand, I think. Yeah. So sand. Come on, 2 stars. Very unlikely. Not even 1 star. Let's go save so we don't have to like make that sand egg over and over. Nothing is we're gonna lose our healing, aren't we? We should hold off until we get maybe another forest egg. Yeah, forest egg has the all heal, so the next one I think was basically like, yeah, this one's like basically all attack. Not really, no healing at all. And then the soul egg, I think the soul egg had all healer. So it does have a heal. So it kind of goes to heal, but I don't think I have enough to make another soul egg, right? Yeah. I don't have any more stone eggs, so I can't make another sand egg. Alright, Cosmic Savant. You have a great night. Yeah, let's hold off on trying to make this one. I guess everybody has an attack egg now. Well, not everybody. Got anything new, Justo? Understand what it means to be an adventurer? Hey, not now. Besides, it's too easy for you to say. You're just sitting here doing nothing. Ouch. On an adventure, you must have a sense of humor. Anger will get you nowhere. It make you lose control. So, throw away that anger and for your soul. For your soul, throw away anger. As usual, I have no idea what you're talking about. Can arrows go fast? Yes, they do. See anything new? Let's get some new stuff. Tower. Okay, we're not gonna find an upgrade for him, obviously. So, oh wow, it's a. Oh, I was gonna say it's a big upgrade because he doesn't have a sword. Ceramic saber is a pretty good upgrade. It's not cheap though, 5,500. But I mean, we're using her, so. Buster flail. We do have the volt stick I bought, so it's still a pretty big upgrade. This does increase magic though. So it's gonna suck with physical attacks, but damn, that magic boost. Screw it. I mean, he's one of our main magic users, so. Ceramics bow. Yeah. Yes, they do. Let's sell some of this crap that we're not using. So creep this other rod just in case I do want to attack with them. But the magic up is pretty nice. Need more eggs. He's got like room for tons of eggs, but I only have like one egg equipped right now. I definitely need to go grind more eggs. Let's sell this crap. I'm not gonna use them. Yep, gotta get them all. That's what kind of gear we have. Ceramics armor. That's not much of an upgrade. What is he wearing for armor right now that's so strong? It's been something I picked up. Immunity against sleep could be useful. Magic +5. It gives me more defense too, so sure. Only these two guys can wear the new helmets. Conical hat, +5 magic. Magic high heels. Move +10, defense +10. It feels like a 5 out of 5. It's pretty fun. I'm enjoying it. Some stuff could definitely be better, but I mean, it's like that with anything really, right? Go. Right. Good upgrades. Well, voice acting has that cheesy, you know, quality to it. So bad it's good. I mean, there's definitely some good voice acting. You know, the little bit of time that Mark Hamill shows up is obviously quite good. I do like Lisa Loeb. A little bit of I've heard of her voice acting there was pretty good. And then you have Dean on the opposite side of the spectrum, where it's like, what the hell are they even doing here? Dean and Tito. Dean and Tito should like voice all the characters in this game. That would be amazing. Can we, Okay, so I can't go to the other places. So it sounds like we have to go back to reopen the places. Interesting. Let's go back. Need to go get some more sand eggs. There's no more, nothing. Yeah. Save your channel points next fast forward at this point. It would be a very hard chance for anything else winning against Fire Emblem. Short of using your votes for another game for it when it shows back up. It's about the only time the votes would make a difference, but Considering how unlikely a lot of those games will to show back up. Like, which ones of the fast forward games are part of a series? Let's see. Like Magic Pendulum obviously has in Mugen Souls. There's 2 games in the Mugen Souls series, just Mugen Souls and Mugen Souls Z. Pixel Heroes as in Dungeon Explorer. I mean, technically part of a series, but it's the last one of the series. So really, like, Mugen Souls has twice as many chances to show up because there's 2 games in the series. Other than that, yeah, nothing else has a chance. It's like 1 in like 800 chance to show up. It's not 0, but it might as well be. Yeah, the enemies definitely got harder because, I mean, I definitely would have been one-shotting them.
Take this!
Mud cannon? It's not a cannon. That was a rock.
Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, so the enemies definitely increased in skill.
I call forth the flames of purification! We should only fight those worthy.
I think maybe Mugen Souls channel could win. Let me know if you find one. Watch, there's like a big community of Mugen Soul fans out there. Yeah, the story and the characters are definitely not as good in this one. And part of the reason, of course, they just throw all the characters at you right at the beginning of the game, so, and of course give you a choice of all of them. Prayer staff. So it's kind of hard to really make the characters good. It's just been basically a weaker version of the one we picked up. Surprised. We got a triple attack going on. Triple bites. So much damage there.
Shoot through them lightning!
How did she miss him? He was literally stationary and she somehow, like, missed them.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
How the hell did they get excellent there? Come on, give me some stone eggs. Slowpoke nut. Where's my eggs at? Rip all those spiders.
A perfectly honorable fight. Take this! We should only fight those worthy.
Oh, got a soundbite. So is that one I was missing? Or is this a different... Okay, yes, this set here. I never got the last soundbite in the other area. It depends on the team. I mean, you can write good character bios or whatever, and then just suck at writing a story with those characters.
Okay, here it goes!
We should only fight those worthy.
Next out. Use this to heal? No. If you enjoy that kind of game, yeah. If you're looking at, you know, if you're looking for a Breath of Fire game out of it, you won't like it. Like me. So roguelikes are kind of a, yeah. Definitely hit or miss for roguelikes. You get some sort of triple attack here. actually do anything.
Take this! You're a little too weak for the likes of us.
I mean, they barely called it Breath of Fire 2. Untitled, it's like Breath of Fire in really small subscript, and then Dragon Quarter in like large, you know, stylized letters. So yeah, even then, really consider it a Breath of Fire game. The Breath of Fire is a whisper. You do. Grandia 2 is really good, just don't play the PS2 version. Play the HD version or Dreamcast version. Just do yourself a favor, don't play the PS2 version. That game was ass. Yeah, I kind of wish I had played the Dreamcast version myself, to be honest. Hindsight and all that. I mean, the PS2 version is the one I own, so... Of course, I played the one I had, but it's pretty bad port. Like, it's just very badly ported in terms of, you know, the engine just doesn't run very well on the PS2. There's a lot of slowdown. It's definitely a bad port. Well, the game itself is quite good, of course. There's no complaints about the game, but yeah. Not sure if it was like a time limit thing or just they just couldn't really make the game work well on the PS2. Yep. Zap. Digging. 6 damage.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
PSX isn't too bad on the PS2. That's definitely a decent port. I mean, it's not as good, obviously, as... Wait, this guy used to be like a boss, now he's just like a regular enemy.
Bad boy! Here's your punishment.
Take this!
Uh-oh. That's not a good person to get confused.
There's no way we could lose.
I know, right? It makes you wonder what the boss of this place is going to be like if that's just a regular enemy now. He wasn't much of a boss to begin with, but... It is an interesting system with the whole IP gauge stuff and trying to cancel, you know, attacks. This one suffers a lot from this annoying camera system. Makes it hard to see anything. I love how she has two different animations. Sometimes she falls on her face, sometimes she doesn't.
You'd pay if you put a scar on this pretty face.
She attacked the wrong enemy there. Burn Flame just carries us. I'm so happy I got that thing early on. A Burn Flame.
Watch and learn. My
Fist burst. Damn.
We should only fight those worthy.
Loving the new learning abilities. This game definitely has a very very Saga-esque thing with the way they learn the new moves. You just like spark a new ability in the middle of nowhere. Curious if we can get new things inside of these mushrooms, or it's just the same old shit. Inside, it's probably all the same stuff. Come on, give me some eggs. I came here for some eggs. Game's not providing me eggs. And since we have harder enemies now, there's probably a chance of getting stronger books too.
Take this! A perfectly honorable fight.
Shoot through them lightning!
Yeah, those things grow really fast. Gotta go this way first. Oh, come on. Fucking invisible walls, man. every time. And like the last section, you had to move off the platforms because they didn't stop moving. This one here, you have to wait till they stop, otherwise you're just hitting an invisible wall and sliding right off the platform. Like there, see, I moved a little too late, so the invisible wall showed up right before I hit the edge. Pushed me right off. And or delicious. Or all the above.
I call forth the flames of purification! A perfectly honorable fight.
Crap. The one I targeted moved, so instead of hitting anybody else, I just hit him.
That was pretty fun.
Come on, Mana Egg. Damn it. Let's see, I'm maxed out, aren't I? Music shard up there. Oh, damn it. Better not fall, or else I'm going to be getting surprised by a whole bunch of enemies. I saw him on the map, but came too fast. I was in the middle of doing that action there.
You're a little too weak for the likes of us.
Hey, Lady Clutch. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How's it going? Any came up in discussion today? It's one of those games that that I don't know, doesn't get a lot of. I'm not sure if it doesn't really get hate, but it's not highly regarded by Grandia fans for some reason. I can see, like, story-wise, sure. Combat-wise, it's fun. There's definitely some grinding. I mean, it's you pretty much need to revisit dungeons often in order to get stronger mana eggs. I mean, mana eggs are pretty crucial to the game, as they usually are in Grandia. But I mean, this one here, you have to get, you know, weaker eggs in order to make stronger eggs. You need a lot of weaker eggs to make make any of the stronger ones. So they're pretty critical to the game, right? So we're playing some dot hack. Nice. That's what I mean. Like, it seems to be like people who have played this know it's a good game, but on average, like most people that play, let's say, Grandia 1 and 2, it's kind of the black sheep of the Grandia family. Part of it is definitely had a lower print run, which kind of makes sense considering it's... I don't know why it would have had necessarily lower print run, but it definitely didn't sell as well. I mean, the name probably didn't help things, because if you heard a game called Grandia Xtreme, the first thing you would think of is this is some sort of like remaster or something tied to Grandia 1. Like, you wouldn't think this is a new game, right? So that probably didn't help things. I mean, in this era now, obviously, like, remasters are super common, but back then, I mean, people are like, oh, I don't want to play an old game. I can get this game on, you know, on this other system instead. Why would I want to play it on here? So yeah, I don't know why they chose that name. It didn't help sell it, that's for sure. Where is she aiming there? Well, that's the thing, like, remasters are pretty uncommon in this era. So anything that basically made it sound like an old game and not a new one, if it was like Grandia 3 or whatever, it probably would have sold better. Obviously, it's not tied to the other Grandia games, but I mean, most games in series are tied to the previous games, so... or aren't, I should say, so there's not really any reason for them to not really just call it Grandia 3 and there you go. I mean, that probably would have sold it better, to be honest.
Okay, here it goes!
Bad boy! Here's your punishment.
You sure thought twice about messing with me!
Alright, what do we got for treasure? Oh, I see an egg. Stone egg, yay. Need a couple more of those. Yeah, at least one more stone egg. Get to the soul egg. That way we'll have one of each of the top tier elemental eggs. school universe? Nice. Which one's mutation? Is that the first one, or... So many .hack ones. Second one? Okay. But the first one's what? Infection, I think? And then mutation, and quarantine's the last one. That's the one that goes for like $1 bajillion. They're all relatively short though, aren't they? I mean, they're basically like one game split up into 4. And they all got released within the like a 1-year timeline. 17 RPG quests, I'll be playing them relatively quickly, back to back. The only one I played myself was the first one. I played a little bit of the first one, never finished it, but remember it was kind of a weird like MMO, like mock-up kind of thing.
Take this! We should only fight those worthy.
I glitch soft block? Oh, that sucks. 20 hours, yeah. Still, I mean, if you get 20 hours per game, it's 80 hours for the full series. Once again, we destroyed the floor. Oh, where'd that guy come from? It wasn't on the map.
Take this!
Once survived.
That was pretty fun.
Wasn't half the time in the Epilogue collection, yeah.
Yeah, that fire is definitely my MVP spell. It's like 6 mana for, so far, basically one-shots all the regular enemies I've run into. Bosses or anything that can survive that thing. I got that egg like super early on. I got super lucky with the boost on it.
I will destroy!
The smell of rose suits you.
I like the series is pretty good. Definitely good bang for your buck on the PS1. So far, it's the longest quote-unquote game of RPG Quest because there is 3 games in one. How'd you find Twilight of Spirits? I hear a lot of people don't like that one compared to the previous trilogy, but again, they changed the direction quite a bit for the game, so that doesn't help things.
Restore, restore!
No. At least not yet. I don't know. Maybe some of the later moves. I haven't seen any of my current moves that do that. Maybe some top end moves. Yeah, it's kind of a weird mix. Arclight is kind of a weird mix of like tactical RPG with like JRPG. Empty secret. Yeah, Arclight 2 is definitely the best of the series that I played. Arclight 1 is pretty much just, you know, it's almost like a demo. It's a very short game, relatively. 2 definitely has quite a bit going for it. 3 was okay, but I don't know. 2 is definitely the better one.
My fist burns. Fist burns. Lightning to me. Full soar high.
There's no way we could lose. It still sucks I only found one egg. It's a one-way trip. I'm kind of curious how bad this boss is going to be. Obviously, they're gonna have a new boss for this this area. Nice, second stone egg. Now I'm really wondering if I should try the boss. Maybe there isn't any new boss. We'll see. It's like in this room right here, probably. No? Okay, so that's where we fought the Minotaur the last couple times. So. There is a boss who's going to be in the... I do have a lot of power with my spells. I do have a bunch of men on it. So we'll try to see how badly I die. This should be easy. This should be fine. And so far the game seems to at least give you the option of like running away. So they'll show you the boss and then you have to actually move towards the boss to fight him, or you can just turn back. Case in point.
Lightning, set the sky ablaze! Take this!
Wow. Gadzap does way more damage. Of course, these are stone guys, so it kind of makes sense. cast this 2 more times.
Shoot through them lightning!
Yeah, I even did like basically everything I could do in the first game, so it was definitely super short. New ability. A double ice prison. Love how she just hits him once, and all these multi-team abilities suck. Just garbage.
A massive explosion will be your ruin!
First one done.
It's going to get chilly! Ha!
I know, right? Last Gadzap.
Lightning! Set the sky ablaze!
Only the Earth will hear your confession.
This one we're not gonna reach in time. Ow.
Try a little harder, will you?
Freezing arrows! Cake!
That's...
smell of rose suits too.
Descending Thunderblade. Thunder.
So Thunder Split probably does pretty good damage considering, you know, it's thunder based or lightning based. Finally woke up out of his stupor there.
Descending Thunderblade. Thunder. How'd you like that?
Wasn't too bad. It's a lot of XP. Some nice loot. Land rush sword. Heavy shield. Another egg. Another egg, nice. Cool. Probably a sword that none of my current team can use, right? Yeah. I should have been using the Volt Stick during that boss fight. Hindsight and all that, but... Yep. It's basically weapon armor for those like heavy tank dudes that we have that we don't use. At least we got a lava egg out of it. Landfill indeed. Alright, that's quite cool. So I'm assuming if you come back here and do this boss fight again, you can basically get like cool loot in that room every time. It's a chance of getting some good equipment. You have to go through the whole dungeon each time, I'm assuming. Do we have some lightning boosting ones? There's mentality. I guess we need lightning, not really blizzard. Yeah, set fire, I guess, is good for bolts. I kind of want it for his burn flame too. It looks like these are on the same thing. Alright, let's make us a soul egg. That's the force we wanted to keep. Let's make it forest right off the bat. So next up I want forest plus sand. I mean to use a sand egg there, but sand plus lava, yeah. Come on, give me a forest egg with like 1 star. You could do it, 1 star. No luck. Gravity egg. 2-star gravity egg. Let's go. It's a horrible gravity egg. Alright, let's just do this just for science here. Since we'll have all 4 top level eggs. Healer, Reviva, Cure, Purify. It's annoying that this one doesn't have any attacks. It's just purely a healing one. And even then, it's not that good of a healing one. Makes a life egg. Yeah, so Blizzard and Cluster both make life eggs. And how did we make a... Crown egg was... Crown egg was a life plus a soul egg. I wouldn't want to use my cluster. Oops. I'd have to make another soul egg. Damn it. Well, there's also life plus something else, so maybe life plus soul or life plus photon? Or life plus blizzard, maybe? See if there's anything past Crown Egg. Oh, Healer Plus is nice. Fenrir. Ooh. Calamity. Wow. Boom, Bomar, Baboom. This is Life Egg, right? Yeah. Okay. So life plus soul was Crown Egg. Let's make a different save here. I want to try both of these and see. So Life Egg is definitely like the booster to go to the next tier, it looks like. Also, I'm going to be keeping these because I'd have to lose my cluster and stuff like that, but something to aim towards anyways. This life egg is like right here. Just skips all these ones. I'm wondering if I can get dust, because dust is this one here. I think one of these was restore. So I'm wondering if this is like the Dust series, if you can somehow get a life egg using Dust, or if you have to use those other ones. So Fenrir seems to be like a super cold version. So it must be like one tier past the bottom there, so it should be like a new row completely. So, what? It's confusing. It's like on top. It would have made more sense to put it down at the bottom, not on top. Shouldn't Fenrir be part of like the Ice series? So it made more sense to put it like either on top of this one or like down at the bottom of this one. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to. Crackle Glacier single. Wow. I mean, this one doesn't seem that good. I mean, Crackle Glacier is probably a really strong, single target one, because we don't really have an ice version of that. Junction with anything? Okay, so it looks like that's kind of the end of the series. So the other one's probably the end of the series as well. We're gonna need a whole lot of eggs to see if these combine with anything else. I should have wrote down the recipe. I didn't even think of checking what else it can combine with, if anything else. I know it was life egg plus Blizzard, right? Fenrir. Life plus Blizzard. The other one looked like it was pretty strong though. It had like a whole bunch of like boom abilities. So the one might potentially be an upgrade for the cluster egg. If, you know, I used all my current eggs to make it. One thing is, I probably wouldn't have Meteor Strike, which... Unless Boom and Boomor and all that stuff. Let's go to Inferno, which is probably an even stronger fire one. What was the MP too? I didn't even notice. So we'll find out shortly. Curious how much Baboon costs. Oh, we got a 2-star Calamity Egg. Well, the fact that it has stars means it probably does have a recipe, otherwise what would they give it stars, right? So maybe there is something you can combine with. Maybe you can combine like Calamity with Fenrir or Crown Egg or something like that. Which would be freaking... That requires so much more eggs to get even to that point. Ugh. This was life plus cluster. This won't combine with anything else currently. MP209. What the hell? This one's over here. What is the... Oh man, this makes no sense. So there's an entire row above these where the Fenrir egg was. So there's a lot of recipes above these that don't even show up. So there could be a lot more eggs. But there's only one more row can have above this anyways and still fit on the screen. There's potentially like 1 or 2 more rows on either left or right, so these eggs can go on even longer. So getting some of these higher tier eggs is going to require a lot of fucking eggs. Because we got this whole series here. I mean, one of these was like... one of these was the... booster egg. One of these was the decrease egg. I forget which one. This side had like the recovery egg, the dust egg. I'm trying to think of other ones we don't currently have that we... Crown egg I think was down here. This was the crown egg. Yeah. See, booster, restore, decrease, crown egg. Fenrir was above, which is really weird. We have a whole row above all this stuff. I mean, Fenrir was kind of the ice super egg. This Calamity is like the fire super egg. Fan line, area, circle. So this is like the fire super egg. So there's obviously going to be a thunder super egg, and it's going to be a soul super egg or a stone super egg. God knows where the hell these are going to end up on there. And considering if there's an entire row above it, as well as like some other spots, is probably going to be another tier past that at least. So these are... What tier is this considered? Like 7, 8? I don't know. Lost track. This is level 8, mainly bomb, so it's probably a level 9 at least. Maybe even a level 10. So there's going to be a lot of egg grinding. Man. Yeah, what was the recipe? Or the game? I'm assuming life plus cluster was the actual recipe. Yeah, life plus cluster. So we're going to need to make a whole bunch of life eggs. Which means we're going to need a whole bunch of soul and photons or cluster and blizzard. Let's figure out how many eggs we need of each one here. Just out of curiosity, just making one more life egg. So to make another life egg, cluster needs volcano plus lava. A volcano needs star plus lava. So you need 2 lavas. And then you need to get like a regular one up to star. So it needs 3 lavas, technically, right? So 3 lavas plus 1, 2 flare eggs. So yeah, to get here we need 3 lavas plus 2 flare eggs, which would equate yeah, so you would need 5 flare eggs and 3 wind eggs. Right, it's lava. No, sorry, soon. Okay, so you need 3 stone and 5 flare just to make 1 cluster egg. It's kind of its own little thing. It's kind of a side game more than anything. So cluster equals Trippy, how's it going? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. So 3 stone plus 5 flare for cluster. Obviously the blizzard would be wind plus water, I guess is mist. Yeah. So blizzard equal 3 wind plus 5 water. It's just to make 1 life egg. Life egg would equal 3 stone, 3 wind, 5 flare, 5 water, or 5 stone, 5 wind, 3 flare, 3 water. That'd be the equivalent. Just to make 1 life egg. Then use that to combine with one of these to make one of these. And I don't know if this is like the end of the line, because it doesn't combine with anything I currently have, but it does have those 2 stars, which makes me think there probably is another tier above this, which maybe I need to combine it with, like, maybe if I had like a Calamity one and a Fenrir one. Well, probably not a Fenrir and Calamity because those are opposite, but let's say a Crown Egg and whatever the Crown Egg was Soul, yeah. So the Crown Egg I'm pretty sure is the Earth equivalent of this. So this is probably a Lightning equivalent. So maybe Calamity plus whatever the Lightning or the Crown Egg equivalent would make something, and then the other one, the Fenrir and whatever the one of these two might be like another tier, which would be freaking insane. Never create the pants egg, yep. So to make a Calamity egg, we need to make another cluster. So you're looking at 6 stone, 3 wind, 10 flare, and 5 water to make 1 Calamity egg. That is just nuts. That's assuming you're getting level 1 eggs. Like we had a level 2, we had like a level egg drop, so that would definitely reduce it a little bit, but so basically we need 16, 21, we need 24 eggs just to make 1 Calamity egg, 24 eggs. And if we need to make the Lightning and or Crown equivalent, that would be like 48 eggs potentially to make maybe a level 9 one if that exists. But there's enough slots where I'm pretty sure there's going to be some level 9 equivalents. So 48 frickin' eggs. And that's assuming there's even another tier. I just don't have enough eggs to even attempt another tier. I barely make this tier, so... Whew. It's going to be a lot of egg grinding, I think. I am curious if I should keep this Calamity... I won't keep this one now, but... I wonder if I should aim at making Calamity eggs. Right now, I mean, I basically had to use every egg I had to even make this one. I wouldn't want to use up... wouldn't want to use up my cluster egg. Well, my cluster egg, I mean, this is basically a stronger cluster egg. Yeah, not going to be on for much longer. Science. I'm sciencing this stuff. don't want to save there. So I'm wondering what the fourth one is. I don't have any easy way of making that one right now, do I? Well, no, actually I could, because I can make a life egg using the other one. So yeah, I could see what the lightning equivalent would be. Let's make the life egg using the other two. Alright, need to make this first. Okay, let's just do this quick, just for science. Now it's going 0 down with me. Personally, I don't know, like, I've only played 3 so far. This one probably has the best game mechanics. 2 has the best story, but of course the port is just garbage. Like 3 over 1? Oh yeah, 3 is better. Okay, so if we combine Soul and... So we need to keep the Photon, so Cluster and Blizzard. Then try this with the Photon and see what that makes. That'll be the lightning equivalent. Dragon Egg, Hellburner, Zap, Blade Zap, and Dragon Zap. So, Dragon Egg. Life plus Photon. There you go, so those are four different eggs. So, Dragon, Calamity, Fenrir, and Crown Egg. That's a level 8 elemental eggs. It's kind of weird they didn't just throw them at the bottom of the list. Like, they just throw them wherever on the list. Let's see where this one ends up in the grand scheme of, like, the layout. So that's 10 points. Okay, so that one's up here above the stone. The other one ended up over here, so there's like still like obviously there's one on each corner plus these 2 middle ones. Man. There's so many extra recipes I haven't even seen yet. Looks like dust. I'm pretty sure dust is over here. There was a was booster. I don't remember if booster is on this side or the left side. There was a decrease, which was on the left side for sure. There was revive or restore. There's a life egg, obviously. This one here. Curious what this one here is. This one I think was the crown egg. So kind of all over the place. The crown egg was here. The Calamity eggs on the left side of this thing here. Like, then you have like these 2 and like here and here. So they're all over the place. And crown eggs down over here. They're just nonsensical like spots on the list, which makes it hard to figure out. You know, there is another tier. I mean, there's definitely enough room to have another tier. You can have. Well, if I'm gonna be combining. I mean, technically I can only make 2 extra eggs using that. If I take, let's say, Calamity Egg plus a Dragon Egg. No, I could do more than that, because I could do Calamity Egg plus Crown Egg, Calamity Egg plus Dragon Egg. So those could potentially be 2 different things. And then I could do Fenrir Egg plus Crown Egg, Fenrir plus Dragon Egg, so you could potentially have 4 different combinations there. There's definitely enough room where you could fit 4 more in here easily. So there could be I don't think there'd be a level 10. I don't think there's enough room to have another tier past that, but either way, we're probably looking at 48 eggs for like the top tier eggs, assuming there is another tier, which there's got to be this many holes. Either way. Let's check out the stats on these ones. $220 MP. So line 50. Yeah, it doesn't have the MP thing. Resurrect, wow. Blade Zap, it's level 14. Which isn't that strong, really. I mean, considering that the, mind you, these are AoEs there, but like Hellburner, level 13 fire. You already have like level 15, like single target ones with the other ones. But this one has a good variety, right? You have, you know, single attack, you have line attack, you got circle, you got resurrect. I mean, it's kind of a weird mix, but nothing that looks particularly super strong, so... Either way, it's going to be a while before we can make anything stronger, so... Alright, well... I think the science is done. I guess a good place to call it there for tonight anyways. So, let's stop the timer there. And yeah, we'll call it there for tonight. I should be on tomorrow. I am off tomorrow, so we'll get to play some more of this. We'll go to... I definitely won't be grinding eggs anytime soon. I'll be sticking with like some of these... Some of the ones we have right now are still carrying us pretty well, so I think there will be a point where I'm going to have to start grinding eggs to get more powerful stuff, but we'll continue the story and we'll go from there tomorrow. But let's see who's online. Oh, thanks everybody for stopping on by. It was fun. I got Duke Donuts on. We'll throw Duke a raid. It's been a while since I raid Duke. So we'll send Duke a raid and we'll go from there. So meantime, thanks to everybody for watching. Hope you enjoyed some more fantastic Grandia goodness. And I'll catch you all tomorrow for more of this game. So have a great night, guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye for now.